Hello, it's me. I'm back. Guess what? You know how I said we'd maybe have a normal week this week? We won't. We will not. A normal week with the Squiiji? No way! It's not happening. We are having 3 streams this week. One is just at an unusual time. Hi, I'm Squiiji. I should say that first, probably. Nice to meet you. If we haven't met before. If we have, hi. Hello again. What was I saying? Oh, hello. Yes, this week, housekeeping, things. Wow, so much to say as I start. Also, things to say as I start. Thank yous. Some thank yous. Thank you, Logan. Welcome back for 90 months. Holy moly, 19 months. I was almost 3 years out of college when I started watching you. It's wild thinking about like how long it's been for certain things. Like my 2-year streaming anniversary is kind of also my like 2 years post grad school anniversary in some way, which is crazy to think about. I've been out of grad school for 2 years. Actually, it's already been 2 years since I was out of grad school. Crazy. Wild. How did that happen? I made this version of me, this current model, while I was in grad school. How? How wild. I was in college when I started watching ED, and now I'm 1 year out of it, right? Isn't that wild? It's crazy. Time goes by so quick, it's kind of disturbing. Also, I saw something that doesn't show up in my overlay, but I saw Amber had like a little celebration message for being a mod for 18 months or something. Yeah, 18-month mod anniversary. Interesting. I have not seen those thingamabobs before, but apparently I did hear that there is a new mod function thing for celebrating stuff about mods on Twitch now. It seems like Twitch has been making a lot of new updates recently that add features that people don't despise. So that's a good thing. We like that. Aw, Sybil Badger, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Oh, Baroda Pixel, welcome back for 5 months. I'm honored to use your Prime sub on little old me, because you only get one of those. Thank you. Gabriel Fox Bro 5 or Bros or BR05. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Hi. I hope everybody had a good weekend. I had a good weekend. We built a deck. we built a deck at Joby's parents' house, which was cool and fun. We hung out with Joby's nephew a little bit, which was also cool and fun. Joby's nephew is officially like 6 months old now and is a very chill baby. I wouldn't say that about many babies, but this fella, very chill. Will just hang out and is not very fussy, so that was kind of nice. It was good getting to hang out. I had hot pot for the first time in my life, and I'm won over. It's good. I like it. I enjoy me a little bit of variety. I enjoy me a hot boiling broth, and apparently that is a thing that, at least in the US of A, is incredibly vegetarian friendly, so that was also real cool and fun and neat. So I had a good weekend. Built a deck, very queer of you, I know. What a way to ring in Pride Month. Yeah, I got to mostly do oversight for the building of the deck. I was mostly the one doing the measuring and the marking for the cutting. We had a whole system because there were a bunch of people doing it, so it was like Joby's dad, Joby's brother, me, Joby's mom also was providing some oversight, and Joby's brother's partner also was helping us with like carrying like the wood and things around. But yeah, it was a good time. Lerp Toner, thank you for following also. But yes, happy Pride, Truemates. You know what, you love it. The usual Squiiji image will return, probably tonight. My usual typical Pride celebration image. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you'll see it. It'll exist. You'll find it. But hey, it's always a good time to celebrate who you are, but there's no better time than to celebrate it all together for a whole month straight. Hell yeah. We talked about this last year. I've never been to Pride. I've never attended a Pride event.
Speaking of school, a certain shroomate had their last final exam today and passed. May I get a
Yay!
minute of joyous celebration?
Wahoo! Thank goodness you passed, Nilo. I'm so happy for you. Thank goodness. Good work. We're proud of you. Good work. I'm glad everyone is hopefully at this point free from finals. I know there may be some still like straggling finals as we are in the beginning of June, but soon the summer comes and frees us all so we may all celebrate Pride as thoroughly as we wish to. But yeah, from one non-binary, asexual, bi/pan-romantic shroom to another, happy Pride. And I know this month isn't always easy, especially if you can't celebrate as loudly and proudly as you may want, but just take a little time, do something nice for yourself, if you can. Yeah. I only just did a midterm exam? What? Hoshi, when does your school year end? Oh boy, that's kind of wild as numbers. Taking summer classes? That's its own situation. Good luck with your summer classes, though. But yeah, wahoo. Oh, do I have any other things to say? I do. I have housekeeping to say before I start stream. I want to be a little focused because I do want to get through all 6 designs I wanted to critique today for stream. I want to have a normal VTuber design critique stream today. How easy is that? Unclear. With the Squiiji? No way. Housekeeping. First things first, I am the realist. I don't know if you knew that. But also, on top of that, the Shroom State Minecraft server is unfortunately going to be closed. Unfortunately, maybe for the foreseeable future, or at least until I manage to replace my CPU. I did some diagnostics on my PC over the weekend, and it seems like my CPU is not in incredible shape anymore, unfortunately. My CPU is almost 7 years old, and I am also somebody who probably has run their computer into the ground. My computer, for most of those 7 years, was probably on and in use for like 8 hours a day minimum. Just because of the fact that like a lot of my printmaking work started digitally, I've typed a lot of papers. Most of the work that I do since I've been self-employed has been using my computer literally all day, 9 to 5, which is actually more like 8 to 6 most days. Yeah, my CPU has been a trooper, but it was about time. I really should have like a, not like a maintenance schedule, because like I have been good about replacing my thermal paste for my CPU and other things like that, but I should be making note of when I should be replacing some hardware in the computer, so I'm not replacing it because it's failing, and I'm replacing it to sort of preempt that, so then I can get like better parts for the PC, or like better prices on those parts. Yeah. Good thing now is a great time to get PC parts. You're lying. You're being facetious, you're lying. They're not affordable. I don't know what a CPU goes for nowadays, but I imagine not a number that I'm looking forward to looking into. We'll see. We'll see. I think my current CPU was like $400. If I could spend something in that ballpark again, that'd be great, but I don't think the odds of that are super high. So we'll see. Throw it up on Throne. Again, I appreciate that as an option that you guys offer to me. I feel an incredible, immense amount of guilt at doing something like that. This is something that I, as a person, should have under control within my financial means. I shouldn't have to ask you guys for those kinds of things to sustain my life. I appreciate you guys are willing to do that for me, but I will not be asking that of you. Thank you, though. Very kind. Back to VTuber Design Critiques. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We took a week break after we did 2 weeks non-stop of it. And now we're back to the huge. I think this one is more just a file to put on Throne. I guess it's fair because it is a tool that I use for my job and also for VTubing, but at the same time, I feel weird about it. Like the only things I'm really comfortable putting on Throne are like silly little affordable things for the most part, where it's just like a funny little thing, a little thing, a little thing, a thing. Things less than 100 shroom dollars, mostly, you know? And you can crowdfund it. I know that's an option, but the trouble with the crowdfunding is that if it doesn't fund all the way, I don't think I'm able to, like, withdraw it or something. There's some weird terms with how that works. I'm not sure what it is. I mean, I can look into it, I guess, but I don't know. Yeah, buy a Squiiji keychain instead. Buy a Squiiji keychain. That's how I'll fund my CPU. That way everyone benefits. I guess you guys still benefit from me having a CPU because that means I'm here still and Minecraft occurs, but I don't know. I don't think CPU is the most impacted from the current hardware price spike. More RAM and storage. So my storage is fine. I do need more RAM someday. Buying it directly makes it easier to write off for taxes. That is also true, but I don't tend to worry too hard about tax write-offs with VTubing because the other thing is I would not be allowed to write it off because my computer is not dedicated solely to VTubing. It would not be, it wouldn't be allowed. My computer is used for things other than work, so they wouldn't let me. It wouldn't work. It's not allowed, not permitted. VTuber posts said they paid for RAM last year and this year. Last year's 300, this year's almost 1,000. Yeah, no, you can do a percentage. Maybe. I'd have to talk to my tax person about how that may or may not work. We'll have to see. But yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it too much. I'll do my research once I have some time to do it into getting a new CPU. But on top of having said that, on top of saying time, my time is changing a little bit right now. So in our housekeeping, I do need to mention this week, my queues for the asynchronous and maybe synchronous character design critiques on VGen may reopen. We may have had a breakthrough with the VGen issue and it may be solved tomorrow, theoretically. And by breakthrough, I kind of mean I made some threats a little bit. Not really threats, but I was like, I put my foot down about it and I was like, you cannot keep doing this. I will make a huge public stink about it if you do not solve this. And I think that kicked them into gear a little bit. Because I've just kind of been letting it go because I have so many people queued up who had already paid that I could just, I was scheduled out through mid-June. So, yeah. Yeah. What happened? A bug in VGen. It was a bug. 'Twas a bug. I had submitted somebody's critique and it didn't actually deliver it to them properly, so it never marked it as complete, but there was nothing I could do on my end and nothing the client could do on their end to make it go through. So VGen was like, we'll fix it. And then a month later, I was like, hey, you didn't fix it still. And they were like, we'll fix it. And then a month later, I was like, hey, did you fix it? You didn't fix it still. And they were like, we'll fix it. And now we are here. So hopefully, theoretically, maybe tomorrow. They told me to check back in tomorrow. So cross your fingies and toes for me, please. I'm begging. Hopefully. But yeah, so I am going back to full-time VTuber consultation and 3D modeling work for the summer just because my job is seasonal, as being a teacher slash TA slash working at a university tends to go, perhaps. So this is fine. I will have more time to do a couple of things that I've been looking forward to doing, which does include fixing some things about stream. So I'll get all that stuff solved, hopefully soon. Should be great. The thing that I do need to tack on with that is that my prices will be changing just a little bit for all of those services, because the prices that I had set for my consultations was set in a different economy. Was set back when gasoline was not $4.50, back when my groceries were not like $300, $250-ish every other week, every third week maybe. It was just getting a little harder to survive on the pricing that I had initially set up, and I did need to get through my previous queue of people who had already paid the current amount before I could put in the new amount. So it seems like the new amount will be 45 USD, whereas it used to be 30 USD, just because that should help make ends meet a little bit more. I'd like to feel a little bit more financially secure. And my 3D model prices when they reopen, because I think I have 2 of those services that will reopen this week, will also be priced a little bit differently than they had been before, just because I need to survive, which I'm sure you guys are very understanding of, but I just wanted to give the warning. So if you were saving up based on what the previous pricing was, just be aware it may change a little bit. Not huge changes, but enough of a change that, you know, when I do what, 10, 15 sometimes critiques in a week, it'll add up enough to make me feel like I'm not falling apart at my little shroomy seams. Yeah! Do what you gotta do. Thanks! I will definitely be doing so. Yeah. Honestly, I'll feel better about requesting a crit when the price goes up. Fair. Fair, and I appreciate you saying so. Yeah. The long form video was amazing to watch, by the way. That video hit my soul. I'm glad, Ringo. I saw you had commented on my post about it on Twitter. I am so frustrated when people copy the things that we put our blood, sweat, and tears into. So I at least needed to shout into the void about it a little bit, and I'm trying not to worry about the fact that the audio is still screwed up. YouTube never got back to me about the dubbing feature, so I'm just gonna have to shrug my shoulders for now and just sally forth working on the next one to see if I can figure out a way to prevent it from ever happening ever again. We'll see. But yeah, so that's occurring. What else do I have as a note? Ooh, keychains, they exist. We said that. I think Edward already showed you keychains. Keychains. Jostle Squiiji if you'd like. Oops, I just typed exclamation point keychain. Nope. Merch! Oh, there we go. We're all doing it. Merch for you, and merch for you, and merch for you, and merch for everybody. There's keychains. You can jostle me. I'm cute. You should put me on your purse and maybe on your keychain, so that way you can jingle me at me to make me worry. Oh, Gary, what happened? Gary didn't even read anything. Did he even beep? He didn't say a single thing. He didn't even try. Gary, come on. Put an effort in. Go.
Hello, it is I, King of the Kingdom that is united Gary, and I am melted ... It has been too warm here, and my concrete palace did not have a working air conditioner, so I melt. But now it's much cooler here, but I just got my pool made up, and now it's getting filled up with all the rain we're having.
Hey, free water from the rain. That works. Sorry, Gary, I think he just got a little shy. I don't know why it didn't work this time. How peculiar. How strange. But he's here now. He's here. He's hearing. He's listening. He's speaking. Maybe he had a peanut butter sandwich before we went live, so his mouth was a little stuck closed. It happens. It's happened to me. It happens to the best of us. Free unsanitary water. I mean, you have to treat the water in a pool anyway, don't you? You gotta chlorinate it, or brominate it, or put other things in it to kill funny little organisms that could give you infections, and pH balance it, and do other things. Anyway, so why not? It might just be a slightly harder starting point, but like, who's not up for a good challenge, especially when it involves saving money? Lyrically, thank you for following. Also, a fella followed whose name I think your name is Cuckoo Clock. Thank you for following also, I appreciate it, very kind.
Oh boy, my keys are so bland. If only there was a way to add a cute fungi to them.
My keys are so bland. Your keys are bland. Oh boy, do I have the solution for you, Gary. I'm sorry to hear that though. But, Gary, I have a solution. For the low price of, I think, 12 USD plus maybe $3 to $6 USD in shipping, Gary, you can be the owner of a Squiiji keychain. Come here, come look. Come look at the Squiiji keychain. I know you want to come see it, Gary. Come here. It's over here. Where is it? It's here. Here it is. Squiiji keychain. Look at me. I cry. Why are you jingling me around on your keys? Look at Gary hanging on for dear life. Yeah, your keys are sauceless and dripless and swagless, and you should fix that. And for the low price of 12 USD plus maybe $3 to $6 of shipping, you can have the shroomiest keys ever. Yeah. But yeah, anyways. Squiiji keychain. It's me. There will be more merch potentially in July, but this was supposed to be my birthday merch that I was not able to release until now because my previous merch manufacturer.
Hey, there I am.
Hi, Gary, there you are. That's true. You're right there. It's like looking in a mirror, isn't it? Squeege chain. Yeah. Squeege chain. Also, Nano, welcome back for 4 months. Welcome back. Sadly, no lobster clip. Yeah, well, a lobster clip, you'd be surprised, doesn't make much sense for a mushroom. Mushrooms and lobsters don't have very much in common, I don't think, despite the fact that we both live a very long time and come in a variety of colors of varying rarity, maybe? I think that might be our only similarities between mushrooms and the humble, noble lobster. Cute keychain, thanks. I worked hard on it. I think it is cute. Let me go back to a regular room so that way I can continue what I have to say.
Hey, it is Gary, and I know these are your keyrings, but will there be a Gary keyrings so I don't pick up your keys instead of mine ... And Imkan FUDD LED ... May I also get a concrete keyring?
You cannot have a concrete keyring, Gary. It would be incredibly heavy and probably not safe to put your keys on. It'd probably swing and hit you in the kneecap while you're driving, and that would not be safe. Gary, what do you even have keys to in the first place? What are you unlocking or locking? Also, you have other keys on your ring. You have a different lanyard than I have, so I don't know why you'd get confused in the first place, man. You're making this more complicated than it needs to be. Come with me. Different room. Gary can drive? You know what? I've never witnessed it, but apparently he's a CEO, and I don't know how he'd be getting to work otherwise because we don't live in a particularly public transit-friendly area. So I'd imagine he is driving, unless he's walking or biking. He's doing one of those things. But if he's carrying his keys on him, I'd imagine concrete would be dangerous either way, unfortunately. You know? Chauffeur. If my son had enough money for a chauffeur, meanwhile
The keys to my corpo empire that I am not a privy to discuss because of my NDA.
Gary, if you have concrete on your keys, I feel like it's still gonna swing and injure you. It's gonna harm you. No. Still no. Still false and no. Gary, if you can afford a chauffeur while I'm over here being like, I need a new CPU because my computer is suffering. Why aren't you helping me, Gary? Come on, you can help me. Come on, I help you all the time. I help you with many things. I created you. I brought you into this world. I created many fun, cute things for you, like sunglasses and stuff like that. And I've drawn you a million times. Why can't you help me back? Please, please. Please employ me at your company. Gary signing NDAs without Squiiji knowing. Gary, the CEO of the company, having signed an NDA also doesn't make any sense, which is intriguing. How does that make any sense? I really don't think it does. At all. Your transition is mimeograph printing? Is screen printing. What is mimeograph? I don't know if I've heard the mimeograph before. Let's see. Mimeograph? Is that just another name for it that I'm unfamiliar with? I'm a screen printer. Mimeograph. Stencil duplicator or stencil machine? Oh! I've never seen these before. It's similar, yeah. It's almost like a machine that does screen printing. That's cool. Huh. Mimeograph or mimeograph. Interesting. Oh, I created you into this world. I can take you out of it, Squiiji probably. I would never hurt him. I would never hurt Gary. I will not take him out of the world. He deserves to be a part of the world. However, I wish he'd help me a little bit sometimes. I wish he would help. Please, Gary, please help me. Please. Maybe dumb, but was the skip the line redeem more than before? I thought it was like 30k. I haven't touched it, but it is back. But I have not touched it. It's the same price as it's always been. I don't think we ever changed the price, more or less. Every time I look up... Every time I try to look up modern screen printing, all that comes up is the print screen function and antique screen printing. Peculiar. Strange. Usually when I look it up, I find just like apparel related things where it's like, yeah, we're printing t-shirts. And I'm like, nope. False. Not what I'm doing. No. Take Gary out of the digital world into the real world. I kind of did. I 3D printed him. He exists physically. I never finished painting him, but he's physical. He exists. I'll give you an STL file for him if you want to also have a Gary. It's permitted. Haven't you heard on the internet shroom every picture of Gary says, OMG, it's them? What? What do you mean? Scared me? Sorry, they're glitching me out. Which is maybe not kind. I had more housekeeping. I have to remember what it is now, though. Checks my own Discord server, which if you would like to be a part of, you can find it here. Bam, if you'd like. Ooh. Gary's 3D printed? Yeah, I 3D printed him. I have a resin printer. And I 3D printed him. The first time I tried to 3D print him, he destroyed my vat for resin because something snapped off while he was printing and then it leaked out all over everything, which was a mess. I spelled Discord wrong. No, I didn't. I spelled it right. I lied. I spelled it right. The second time I printed him was fine. There was no problem. I just haven't finished painting him yet because I hate mixing paints for miniatures because people buy them as like pre-mixed colors and then don't mix them, and the pigment strengths of each color seems to vary so significantly, and the dry color versus the wet color is very unpredictable. Sometimes the dry color is a different hue than the wet color when you're mixing them, so it's just real hard to color match for him. It's been a struggle. So I was gifted a $50 a $50 gift card to like a hobby store. So I might just have to buy directly the colors that Gary is, or I might just have to commit to just painting him with whatever I can manage. But I'm too much of a perfectionist for that. But yeah, he doesn't exist yet. Makes paints for minis all the time, takes time to get used to it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm used to doing watercolor painting and acrylic painting and oil painting, and I know how a lot of those things, like mixing color strengths work, where like yellows tend to be kind of weak, blues tend to be pretty strong, white isn't the strongest, although sometimes it can be, black can be pretty strong. Like, there are certain colors that just have greater pigment density, so they just have a greater overall effect on the color when you're mixing. And every single one is different with miniature paints, and when they dry, they look a little different than they do wet, sometimes varying by value, sometimes varying by hue, sometimes varying by both. So I'm figuring it out. I'm not stressing about it. Undercoats are important for the final look of the paint. That's true, and the other trouble I'm having is that I'm trying to paint Gary to be like cell shaded, and I just don't have the dexterity for it, unfortunately. I forget how reliant I am on stabilizers in digital art, because my wrist is funky, my hand is a little bit of a tremble, my decor veins is mean. Is brown very weak like in Legos? No, the browns are actually pretty strong from what I've seen. Yellow and white are the annoying mini colors. Pigments never behave how you want them to. Strangely enough, we have an orange that I used for Gary's glasses and for his cheeks, and that was incredible. That color mixed exactly the way I wanted it to every time without trouble. The cool tones are where I'm struggling. I cannot color match the purple that is on him by Periwinkle. I cannot get it. It just doesn't happen. I like couldn't get the blue to be light enough, and I couldn't get the purple to just have the correct undertone. It was driving me bonkers. But anyways, this is unrelated. We're tangenting. We can't. We cannot tangent. We have to focus. I didn't finish the housekeeping. I was supposed to be checking my Discord server to see what I hadn't said yet. What did I not say? We talked CPU. We talked keychains. Patreon is real. It exists. If you'd like to know my secrets, you can check on them in the Patreon. Last week, Shermate's got a sneak peek of the next merch. This week, I think tomorrow, they get to see a new outfit, mayhaps, that is in the works if they would like to. So, worth checking into if you have interest. Soon, there will probably also be preview for my next long-form edited video, maybe, depending on how quickly I wrap that up. And other similar behind-the-scenes types of things, if you have interest. There it is. You may find it if you want. Not Babrion. Not quite. And then... oh, the final thing to say is that Wednesday, the call for entry for the next show in my Celia Art Gallery, my VR chat art gallery that I have, will open up. I will post it on Twitter. I will post it in our Discord server. I will post it also, I think, on YouTube in the community posts area. The deal with it is... oh, but I should talk about Wednesday stream also. But the deal with it essentially is that it is a curated show, which means that not every entry that is submitted is guaranteed to be chosen for it, but I do encourage everyone to submit. All mediums are welcome. That includes traditional and digital art, as well as 3D models. The title of the show is Virtual Identity. I should open my document so that way I can read the details accurately about what is all going on with it. Where do I have it? Here it is. Bam. Bam. Yeah. Title of the show is Virtual Identity, and it's sort of themed around the idea that a lot of us are able to craft the characters we want to be perceived as on the internet, because, you know, in real life, there's a lot of barriers to being able to be perceived the way that you might wish, whether those barriers be financial or medical or societal. But the internet is able to remove those barriers. Doing things digitally or virtually allows us to be the version of ourselves that we wish we could be maybe every day. Through using personal avatars, Vtubers, VR chat, anything of the likes. So, it is a self-portrait show, and I will give you the ability to enter as of Wednesday. You are allowed 3 entries. A maximum of 1 of those entries will be accepted. Yeah. No AI. I will smite you. I will destroy you. You will be removed from the premises by force. And also, you can only submit artwork that you created. I know that there's a lot of VTubers who, you know, their VTuber design or character design they represent themselves with is something that was created for them, or there's art they have gotten from others. This is a self-portrait show, and in order to be a self-portrait, you have to be the one who made it. Yup. Ain't that the truth? Yes. So yeah, that'll be something to look forward to. Final housekeeping. Final. Man, it took me a while. I had a lot of things to say. Final housekeeping. Wednesday, we have an unusually timed stream, but that's because I am doing a collab with Vil, Helm Vanderboss, Leah Memoria, and Cooney. We played this game together back in the fall, and we had fun with it, so we decided, what if play again? What if round 2 of game? So we're going to play Drawn, I think it's called Drawn Together, which is a memory-based drawing game. It is 9 a.m. EST, 1 p.m. UTC, because we are spanning a couple time zones. I am in the US, Vil is in the EU. I think one of the other fellas is in Asia somewhere, if not 2 of them. Yes, with Almond Guy, not with Almond Guy, not with Almontas. Al is not Vil, they are different fellas, although Al is kind of owl-like, and I can see how that may be confusing. What if you initially designed it but had someone else help you tweak it? It's still your base design, just dressed up a little different. As long as you made the artwork that you are submitting, you can have help designing something. As long as you made the portrait that you are submitting, that's fine. That works. That is a-okay and permitted for the gallery. Yes. Wait, you're here too? Yes, I am. Hello. Sick? Yup. Was that all? That might be all. I may be good to go. I may be good to start. Oh, and Friday we're gonna start Little Nightmares 2, because I owe that as a charity reward for reaching, I think it was our $1,500 goal? Or maybe it was our $2,000 goal. Either way, I'm starting it. I will be a wimp. And you are welcome to make fun of me while I have anxiety about it. I hear people are able to beat that game in 1 stream. It took me 2 streams to beat Little Nightmares 1. So I imagine it'll still take me at least 2 streams to beat Little Nightmares 2, if not more. I am slow, I am not the greatest gamer, I am not the greatest platformer either. Wasn't that my suggestion? There were a couple of shroommates who had asked for it. So I figure, why not? I already have it. I bought it a year ago when we played the first one, so I might as well do it now. Why not? But yeah, I think that's all I had to say before we get started, so let's get into it. Why don't we get into it? So, here we have before us the rubric. And we finally have a rubric chan again, because we are finally back to normal critiques, kind of. This rubric chan, which is a personification or a gajinka of the rubric, was designed by Lemia. Look how stylish. Look at these cool patches going down the sleeves to mimic the different categories. Cool and fun and great and exciting. This is the rubric that we use for our character designs so that we may be as objective and unbiased as possible in our critiques that we provide to VTubers who have submitted their designs to be looked at by us. Today we are looking at the final 4 fellas from the Critiques for Charity, which are the 3 fellas that Edward had sponsored, who were the 3 oldest submissions in the form, and also Riraku's 3rd submission. So we'll get to those ones, and then we have 2 more fellas on top of that. We should get through 6. Eldritch EG be willing. hopefully. Yeah. So, to get full points on my character design rubric, a design needs to score 2 points in each of 5 categories. Those 5 categories are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal point, and concept and motifs. To get full points for color palette, the palette is must be cohesive and interesting. The contrast should work from a distance. Color placement should support the focal point, and there should be a strong color hierarchy present. If the palette has major instances of low contrast, clashing, or overwhelming choices, or if I think the hues and values should be completely revisited, you will not get any points for color palette. To get full points for silhouette, your silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. If your silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like, exhibits ladder design, or just needs a ton more definition to be distinct, no points. To get full points for complexity versus clarity, the level of detail in the design should be appropriate to the medium. The details should be specific and support the concept and focal point, and I should be able to turn you into a cute little marketable plushie without removing all the elements that make you uniquely and identifiably you. You will get no points for complexity versus clarity if your design is too distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness, if I cannot make you into a marketable plushie. To get full points for focal point, the primary focal point should be well executed. Viewers should be drawn to look at the face first, and then visually explore the rest of the design. If the primary focal point of the face is not at all focal due to low contrast, over or under detailing, or being outcompleted by their elements, you will get no points. And finally, to get full points for concept and motifs, the concept should be clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored in the design. Key conceptual aspects should be able to be identified visually. This includes things like your personality, your occupation, your species if you're an animal, your fashion sense or style, any cultural references. If I cannot identify those things just by looking at the design, if the concept is visually unclear, underdeveloped, or non-existent, no points. I can also give up to 3 bonus points, which we give out sparingly, but those 3 bonus points are for 1, having a compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concept, 2, for a unique, exciting art style, or 3, for personal taste, if I just put you on the fridge. Wahoo! Speed mode read. I got through it. Have you ever seen a model that gets 0 points across the board? We did a challenge, it was a while ago, where we tried to intentionally design characters that got 0s, and we found that it's actually really hard. It's quite hard. Even when we were trying to design characters to get 0s, I think there were only like a handful of characters that actually would get 0s. Most of them at least got a handful of points. I'm talking like 5 designs out of like 50-ish, I think, got truly 0s. It's hard. Next challenge, character that scores negative points. Man, we didn't even fully succeed at getting 0s, so I don't know if that would even be possible for us. I don't even have things that detract from the whole thing. The lowest you can go is 0. There's nothing below that. We don't believe in negatives. Not in the shroom state, at least. There's nothing below the ground. Nothing goes into the negative. False. Anyways, what else do I have to do? Oh, we've got a couple things to do that we hadn't done for a while. Negative equals AI use. Oh, you guys are on the same page there. That's funny. I agree. Which I would never encourage you to do. I would never encourage you to do that. So we will not be doing that way. What would playing from Ed, Ed, and Eddie score? That's a great question. Silhouette, meh. But like color, fine. Focal point, fine. Level of detail, meh. So like I'd imagine somewhere around maybe like a 4-ish, perhaps? 3 to 4. Not terrible. But hang on. I would like to first bingo. I would like to play bingo. I haven't played bingo in over a week. That's disturbing. I'm experiencing bingo deficit. There we go. Have bingo, if you so wish. I'm going to pin it if you would like to play. Yeah, leave that there. Leave that pinned. Nice. And something we haven't done in like almost a month because we just weren't for the charity crits. Hey, shroommates. Who wants to gamba? Maybe? Maybe? Gamba? Maybe? Gamba? Maybe? Perhaps? It's been a while. It's been a while. Let's do a prediction. Let's see. Can we predict how many designs I will get through. How many designs will we crit? I'm aiming for 6. I always have 8 prepared. Despite the fact that I don't think we've ever actually gotten to 8 since... Ooh. Other than the charity crits. But our option's gonna be 4 through 7. I don't think I'll get to 8. I think that's probably statistically impossible. Ruku, that's a really peculiar thing that it decided to translate what you said as. That doesn't even make sense. It just hallucinated an answer. What? A message. Hang on, I have to show you this. This is so strange. There we go. Start poll. Prediction should be for the next 30 minutes. Go. Stream avatars isn't in either? Oh, you're right. Wait, where is it? Hang on. Do you know what it is? If I don't click into the window where stream avatars are, it does not remember. It doesn't do it. Now they're here. Thank you. I just have to click the window for it to activate. But here, wait. This is what it's telling me that Ririku is saying, and then Ririku is actually saying this. How does this work? How is this possible? Hang on. Oh, what the heck? Nano, thank you for giving a community sub. That was very kind of you. Thank you for gifting a sub. Can we rotate for Nano, please? I almost just typed exclamation point rotate. What's wrong with me? Oh boy. Oh wait, I can't even access rotation. Oh, there we go. Got it. Bam. Thank you, Nano. If you got gifted, please say thank you. Hang on, look at this. What? The actual message that Ririku sent says, Gamba! You can see it at the top, right? But it auto-translated it to say, replying to @Sammy_Sammy? What? You're just lying. You're just not even telling the truth. You're not translating. That's not a translation. What do you think you're translating? You're just hallucinating words. That's not what was said at all. Who are we summoning? I so thoroughly don't even believe that the translation feature on YouTube is actually translating. I think it's just some stupid AI thing. Because this doesn't make sense at all. Why is it doing this? Dislike, do not want. God, I hope there's a way I can turn it off, because it actually drives me a little bit nuts. Yeah. Yeah. Dummy. Yeah, it doesn't work. Let's see, did I have anything else to say before we actually start a critique? We did Gamba. We did bingo. Oh, roll! Why don't I take roll? Hey, Shroommates, who's here for class today? Who's here for class? Let me scroll back in time so I can see. Back in time. Oh, where's the beginning of the day? Oh, that's 3 days ago. Nope, that's too long ago. Nope, hang on. Ah, there we go. Ah, friendly guy, Aqua Pencily. Oh wait, if you'd like to participate in roll, use the 1 point channel point redeem known as here and /or YouTube. Just say hi or here or something of that nature if you would be so kind or willing, or if you have a need to have me read your name, maybe. Yeah. Oh, Dia, friendly guy, Apple, Risco Plexo, Opalescent, Sanizum, Nilo, Edward, Mikara, Magnus Logi, Perona, Lemia, Seasonal Sade, Amber, Corey, Ianita, Chocorama, Lerp Toner, Jazzy, Kit Creates, Bleak, Frost Bushi, Selma. There's a lot of stuff in between them this time. To try and find him. There we go. Isekai Jack, Next Door, Rusty, Starless Mage, Nissa, Yinyun, Vixen, Ulemini, Hoshi, Amber Ushi. Oh, Striker, Prideful Jam. I will have a snack. Give me 1 second. Disguise. Hi. Hello. March Rabbit, also hi. I see Tofu, I see Miraku, I see Not Callie on YouTube, hello. Fellows who are lurking, as always, thank you for being here, I appreciate it. And also VOD watchers, hi, I will have snack. Mighty Brand, thank you for following, also I appreciate it. And I did see that Nano has skipped the design crit queue. Skip design will be used for next time. I'm not at my PC to send design update. That's okay. Let me find my note. Jubby stole my notepad, but they did at least leave me the note on top that has all the fellows who are available and allowed to have a critique whenever they decide. They are ready. This list currently includes Chili the Valley, Cotton Candy Floss, Nilo's Bestie, Striker Venom, and now Nano. If and when any of you guys are ready for your crits that you skipped the line for, do let me know. Do let me know. Please. Eyes up. Is there a way to turn off the translations? I'm hoping so, but I don't actually know. I'll have to check. Perhaps. I will have to check. Mayhaps next week? Okay, Nilo. Sure. Let me see. So I did that. I'm supposed to take, was it sip of beverage or was it snack? What was it that you told me to do? Actually, I don't even see it now. Uh-oh, where is it? Selma, what did you make me do? I thought it was you, right? No, I was Miku. Snack. Snack? Snack, question mark? Enjoy your snarky me's Nano, though. I will have snack and drink either way, just because that is good for me and would be good for you also to do. That's how we'll start on the right foot. Beverage. Summer redeemed snack? Oh, okay. I will have a pretzel chip. Just one. I had lunch right before I started stream, so I'm not like super hungry, but a little bit of chip is not bad. Oh, let me tell you, Jubby's mom makes incredible banana bread. Have you ever had banana bread that has maraschino cherries in it? It's amazing. It's incredible. She makes her banana bread also in a bundt cake pan, which is so fun. It's like a more reasonable amount of banana bread for me, because I'm used to people making them in like little bread pans, the ones that are like 4x6 or like 4x9. They're so little. That's such a minimal amount of bread. Banana bread's so yummy. So getting a full bundt cake pan worth of it is incredible. Sounds awful? I'm a cherry hater. Yeah, all right, cherry hater. Of course you would think so. Where's the line between banana bread and fruitcake? There's no nuts in it, so I think it does not qualify. Potentially. I would say, I don't think it does qualify. It's a good way to celebrate Pride, Gary. Gary's like, gay, woo! Happy Pride Month, Gary. Is that what you were trying to say? I think there's a better way of saying that, Gary. Someone said the word gay and it got caught by Automod and it was approved, so he decided singing was the way to go. Hey, you know what the queers like? Pride Month and Halloween. I think it makes sense, maybe. For all the spooky gays. Yeah, exactly. Spooky, scary, skeleton gays, maybe. But yeah, let me eat my snack. Wait, did you put a cooldown? I did, because we'd had trouble before with the Gary redeems overlapping, and therefore not reading the second one. So I put a whatever the minimum whatchamacallit cooldown on it that was possible, just to make sure that there's no weird overlap happening. Yeah. Hi, Lady Ace. Also. Fun fact, Vtubers, Pride Month where I grew up, so Halloween's also Pride. Hell yeah! Hell yeah. Why do you think I trigger this by making you RGB? Maybe. Hey, I'm very prideful, I will say. If I was defined by any of the 7 deadly sins, not just because I'm queer, I would be considered pride. I would say probably. Thank you, Amber, for permitting gay to be said. We're allowed to be gay on the Squiiji stream is what we've decided. Very good. Hell yeah. But anyways, let's get started. First design. This is one of the fellas that Edward had sponsored. This is Boba Otaku, who uses pronouns she/her, and can be found at bobaotaku_. Notes are, I'm curious if I should add some asymmetry or extra detail to the design or just leave it as is. The skirt is also supposed to be high-waisted, but that might not be obvious in my art. I see. Gay is okay because Amber said so. EG also said so, mind you, but yes, hashtag Amber approved, sure. Instantly want that sweater to be massively oversized. Yeah, so funny enough, I am able to recognize that this is probably a boba reference as somebody who does drink a decent amount of boba. However, for being somebody named Boba Otaku, I feel like there are more integrated ways we could be using boba shapes or things we associate with boba in the outfit, you know? Because it is just sort of a sweater that is patterned with tapioca pearls on it, with maybe like a Thai tea flavor in the background. But I wonder if there's something we could do with the skirt to make it relate more to the theming or the leggings or the shoes. Or similarly, like the necklace is a flower. You've got a chain on here. Neither of those things are repeating. The rainbow of the skirt doesn't really repeat either. So there could be things we could do to flesh this out maybe just a little bit more and to lean into the boba elements also a little bit more, perhaps. But the first thing I do want to just sort of start us out with is focal point. Focal point. Shroommates, I think you guys can guess where the focal point might be in this case. Where's the focal point? Tell me. I wish I had one of those things where you guys could click on the screen. I should get one of those plugins. So you can click on the screen and it'll like highlight an area essentially, where, like a heat map of where you're clicking. But yeah, it is the skirt. The skirt is very focal because it is rainbow. It has the highest quantity of different hues in one area, all here, and the entire rest of the design is much more neutral. We have orange, which leans a little bit into brown undertones, brown hair, brown eyes, black tights, and black shoes that are the same color. So this becomes very focal. If you want to have something that is rainbow in the design, it is probably best to put it around the head somewhere. So the other question I would have for you is that, what are you intending to be? Are you intending to be somebody who works at a place that sells boba? Are you intending to be a physical, like personification of boba? Are you a food VTuber? What is your intent for the concept here? Because it's in your name, which makes me believe that it is important. You didn't mention it in your details here, though. So what is the boba to you and to your content? Because depending on that answer, it would adjust the way that we would probably want to flesh out the concept more. Boba shop mascot, yep, that's another thing you could potentially be. If you are technically not any of these things, I would highly suggest picking one, because that would help to guide your design in a direction like that. But the first thing I'm going to do is say focal point. It is very much your skirt. The point where I'll put it like there. These colors should be redistributed. They should be somewhere else in the design, probably. Fun to be a boba-centered influencer. Yeah, that could be an angle also. There's a lot of potential options for this concept. And yeah, it does feel almost like a xylophone, the skirt, just because of the rainbow and the squared off sections. So I feel like the skirt may be something that would benefit from just a total overhaul. If you want rainbow colors, they may just need to be put somewhere else entirely, or we may just need to make these less vibrant as well. Not or. And we may need to redistribute the colors throughout the design and make this less vibrant, so the head becomes more focal again as well. Yeah. Either boba or beverage colors, maybe. Maybe. One of the suggestions I was going to make is to add more layers to the outfit, because right now, this is sort of one of those like stock standard VTuber outfits. It is the oversized sweater with the pleated skirt or just a skirt and thigh highs. This is an outfit that we see a lot of different permutations of throughout VTubing, often with like an oversized jacket maybe, or with like a sleeveless tank top underneath, but there could be a more unique outfit for you, and then you can work with that more unique outfit to incorporate the rainbow, the boba elements. Just things I was thinking about were like, okay, what can we bring over from boba? boba cups typically have that like super circular lid that's plastic pulled very taut across the top that you have to spear with your straw, and they usually have like a circular image on the top of them that relates to that in some capacity. So plastic or clear elements might be interesting. Maybe if you had something that was like a half circle top layer of a skirt, that could be good. Maybe you have a straw somewhere in the design, where boba straws are very big and wide and long, and also often pretty colorful. So my suggestion for getting a little more color throughout the design was going to be, what if you have a bunch of like boba straws stuck through your buns, essentially, so that you get like a little more variety into your silhouette, a little bit of asymmetry in your silhouette through this also, but then we're also getting that boba reference too. Definitely draw these to look more clearly like straws. Straws usually have a like angled tip to them for boba. That way you can puncture the lid. Right now the way I have them drawn makes them almost look like glow sticks of some sort, but you may be able to redraw them that way. Also, boba culture, if there's such a thing. There probably is, perhaps. Getting the rainbow in the upper half of the design some more visible, yeah, would also be good. Similarly, you could say, oh, what if instead of having chain in this area, what if these are instead like a bendy straw type of thing? We're still willing to accept other straws maybe in association with a drink, and that could just be a cute, fun thing, maybe. Boba tends to have characters on the cups, etc. as well, so having some sort of mascot incorporated into the outfit, that could also be cute. I could see that also being a good idea too. I agree. Boba-shaped chains, like black pearls. Yeah, that might be a good idea also. Let me put a new layer on top of this one, but yeah. We could just repeat having that circular shape here, and then you could put like a little bit of shine on them maybe. I do think that if you're going to have some sort of floral on your neck or somewhere else, it does need to repeat. I'm going to guess that maybe this is a character accessory that relates to as a person. Maybe it's a real accessory that you're attached to. But if that is the case, you may want to find a way to make it make sense with being boba themed. You know, there are boba flavors or like milk tea flavors that are floral. So maybe you could reference a couple of those floral flavors in the design somewhere. Maybe this becomes like one of those like lavender flavored boba or milk teas instead. So then we can say, oh, this is the flower that created this flavor, maybe. Use a specific boba milk tea. I think this is probably a taro tea, or not taro, Thai tea, because Thai tea does have a very orangey color to it, and it is a popular flavor. But if that's the case, there may be other things we could do to reference Thai tea or something else. Yeah, butterfly pea flower. It's a flower used in blue boba. Oh, interesting. Okay. Is there matcha boba? Probably. There's probably matcha milk tea. The boba is just these things. The beverage that it is suspended in is usually like a milk tea or just a tea in general, potentially. Slam some oversized sweater or high-waisted... Wait. Oversized sweater with high-waisted skirt references into live suggestions. Thanks, Ruku. So yeah, we can craft some of these elements in the outfit to relate a little bit more closely to your theme, perhaps. Let me take a look at what was sent here in the suggestions. Pop. Ah, interesting. So like there's longer skirts maybe with like a narrower silhouette to them, or also maybe skirts, or not skirts, sweaters that have a little bit more of like a square shape to the torso of them. From where they're hanging over the edge of the skirt, they're a little more exaggerated. There's a higher, thicker collar. The sleeves are longer, maybe. Let me see, there's a couple more things in here. Oh, this is cute. This might be a good pattern, yeah, to reference, where sometimes boba does settle a little bit, where you will have more of the flavor sitting at the bottom. So that could be interesting. Or having like differently colored bubbles in it as well. Lace referencing all the little, or not lace referencing, but lace having all these little holes could also be a reference to boba, which is clever. Yeah, let me close these so I don't overwhelm my PC, who is already struggling don't make it worse for it. Whoops, spoiler, hang on. Wait, come back here. There we go. Yeah. Just to make the sweater bigger? Yeah, we'll probably be making it bigger. Here's some flavors. Oh, and these also let us see the gradients that can occur in milk tea. So like, do you see how this is separated? Matcha on top. This may be more milk in the middle. And then there sometimes does end up being this sort of like brown sugary area around the pearls also, potentially. Or like here we can see the brown sugar mixing in with the milk a little bit more. So we could use some texture to add interest to the outfit also. Come back here. Was that all the things that people had sent in here? Oh, and then the butterfly pea flowers. So if you want to have a flower on your neck, this may be a flower that would make sense for it. And then we could use the color of boba that comes from that for maybe your shirt or something else. But yeah, we've got a variety of ideas here for things we can do to make the concept come across a little bit more clearly or to lean into it in more creative and fun and interesting ways. Yeah. My other suggestion to you, just for the fashion, which I was sort of starting to get into, and it was what Riraku was getting at with the mention of the other shapes of skirts and or sweaters and things like that, is that you would probably benefit from maybe a little bit more fashion research. There are a lot of different sweaters out there, a lot of different shapes for sweaters, a lot of different shapes for skirts out there that do interesting things with their silhouettes, with their textures, with their color blocking, with their sleeve proportioning, with their cuffs, with really anything. So that would perhaps be useful. I have an entire Pinterest board dedicated to what I call elevated basics, because there are a lot of sweaters and skirts and thigh highs that I will see repeat over and over and over again in shape, when there are a billion different ways to wear a sweater, to style a sweater, to style a skirt, to wear a skirt. If you want a blouse, blouses are an option. There's 8 million ways to wear those also, and different cuts for them as well. There's a lot. Like, look at this skirt. This is a skirt that I have in my, I think my gloopy folder, where it feels like a little bit ice creamy and wavy-y. This could be an interesting place where you could put that like boba layered texture, but going horizontally instead of vertically maybe, and maybe the interesting buttons along it are boba or something. There's a lot of different designs we could maybe draw through. Is there a link to that pin board? Sure. I will just give you a link to all of my pin boards, but it is in there. There you go. I make a lot of Pinterest boards for things. Usually I'll add new ones when I have to do research into a character of that type for somebody. And I do update them pretty frequently. Some of them I haven't updated in a minute, but a lot of them do get frequent updates. Go with the skirt with rounded ends, so you could put the boba balls at the bottom, then have the colorful parts on the top to replicate the look of actual boba tea. Perhaps that could be an idea. Get fancy with the syrups, add some more literal drip to your drip. That's true. Could be a little bit like physically drip-y. But just for the outfit that we have here right now, as some of the showmates were saying, we could just exaggerate things more. Right now, I would say that your skirt in its length and the length of your shirt is very similar, which doesn't really make it read as being high-waisted. Usually when we're thinking of high-waisted clothing, we think of the item with the higher waist being longer. So I make that a little wider. Thank you for the gloop, I appreciate it. So we may just need to make this taller. You could also just make the part around the waist taller or something. There's some variety. But now these are differently proportioned. It feels a little more interesting. You could also exaggerate the width of the sleeves to make the sweater feel a little bit chunkier. You could make the, whatchamacallit, the cuffs bigger if you wanted to. They don't have to be that small. Or you could make them even smaller, and that'll be something that could make the shape of it unique. Whoops, I'm accidentally modifying the skirt. Hang on, grab this. There we go. Just to make this like a little baggier. So now it'll have a little more weight to it. Oh, whoops, I didn't make it taller. Hang on. Taller. Yeah, there we go. That's got some weight to it. Did we do ladder yet? No, we didn't, and I will do that soon. Some condensation. Condensation is an interesting idea, although I'm not sure quite how to incorporate it in a way that wouldn't just make it look like they're sweating. But if you have like plastic elements added somewhere in here as like a layer, you could maybe put the condensation on that so it'll feel like rain, maybe like a raincoat. Something like that could be interesting. Is otaku meant to be part of their concept, or is it just a name thing? I am not sure. They did not provide that as a detail. But if that's the case, there could be specific anime references that may come in, or things that relate to being an otaku that would be relevant to bring into the design physically. I wonder if you could do it in the form of like a lid hat. Could do a lid hat, which may be fun for silhouette also. The boba bubbles moved around in the sweater, that'd be cool. Yeah, animation does allow us for interesting opportunities also to just make the design fun to look at when we are watching. Plastic textured leggings, like leggings that could have a polka dot texture like condensation. Oh, maybe. Perhaps. Clear bag with otaku pins, keychains, etc. would be cute. That's also fair. Would this be no concept explanation? Yeah, because the explanation is only talking about asymmetry and detail. It's not really discussing concept, so sure, you can tick that box on your bingo if you so wish. But, yeah, a little reproportioning maybe. And similarly, if you're going to pick pieces for this design, as far as the outfit goes, maybe pick some pieces that aren't perfectly symmetrical. Let me see if I have any. Like, here's some interestingly shaped skirts that aren't completely symmetrical. These are all like pencil skirt style, but do you see how like they're laced up on one leg, or they've got diagonal movement to them, they've got layers to them. That stuff can be fun. Ooh, let's see, do I have any sweaters that I can grab just real quickly that aren't perfectly symmetrical? For an example, you know, I actually haven't saved a sweater in a minute. Oh, this is kind of wild as a sweater. I don't know if this would work, but look at this wild sweater. I don't know if this is even real. Unfortunately, some of the AI stuff has gotten so good that it does trick me, but it's like, that seems like it might be a scene line, and like, this connects in a way that makes some sense to me. But like, this is a crazy diagonal sweater situation that still feels kind of cozy. Dressing up as boba would fall under boba otaku. Probably fair. If you're referencing like Japanese beverages and / or snacks, you could bring snacks in as options also maybe. And that could be a good way of adding asymmetry as well, because I do think you need asymmetry. Might be high fashion. It very well could be. It could be. I just hate that I have to second guess everything. Whoops, but hang on. So back out on here. Mark a couple more things down. Concept and motifs. I think there's ways that we can definitely push your concept further. I can see the boba angle, but we can definitely apply it in more creative ways and more integrated ways. I think that the outfit design could use to be a little bit more unique. It is edging a little bit towards generic right now. I think that the pattern work is a little more specific, and that does help, but it's not as specific as it could be. And for your silhouette, let me just... Okay, I did hide everything already. Whoops, I still have something I drew over top. Your hair is a little bit distinct in its shape, at least. It may benefit from more exaggeration, but your clothing isn't really adding all that much distinction to you, which is the reason why I'm suggesting asymmetry and more specific choices for a sweater, more specific choices for a skirt, things like that. Sailor Moon hair bun gems, but make them boba pearls. You could do that. Potentially, perhaps, yeah. Let me do a ladder test also. The ladder test is something that we do to check if a character's design has an interesting division of vertical space, because as people, we tend to be very long in the vertical direction. And what we want to see is a variety of spacings in the lines. We don't want to see gaps between that are the same size as much as we can avoid it. We want to see diagonals, we want to see broken lines from asymmetry, things like that. But here, we have a couple of gaps that are sort of similar in size. We do have a little bit of clustering towards the face, but we have a couple places that repeat this sort of tight clustering of two edges. These are the same size. These are kind of similar in size. The skirt ends up being the same length as the shirt is. We just need a little more variety. Hi, I'm new here. Hi, I'm Squiiji. Nice to meet you. Oh, pretty sure otaku isn't just for anime. Same as nerd can be for a lot of things. That's true. But that would be something where we would want to ask this person what otaku means to them, maybe. Maybe otaku to them means Japanese culture along the lines of being a big fan of idols. Or maybe being an otaku means that they are a big fan of the food or something else. It's just really, it's very broad. It can refer to any amount of just like cultural elements that are Japanese, maybe. Yeah. Hi, new here, I'm Amber. Amber with the dad jokes. Evening? Good evening to you too. Good afternoon. I want to know, I think the hair has them, but where's the giant boba straw? I had added boba straws to the hair that didn't exist previously because I thought they may just be fun to have a couple of them to add some asymmetry, to add some color around the head. You could go for a giant boba straw, a la Hololive's Ollie, who has like a big sword piercing her head as a zombie. You could have like a giant boba straw going through your hair maybe, but I don't know if you have to do that. I may exaggerate the buns a little bit, just so that they add a little more to the silhouette too, because they are somewhat small. There we go, we'll round them out. If you want just like an easy way to add some asymmetry, just make one of your hair strands longer on one side maybe. And that won't feel too unnatural. That'll feel like something that was intentionally done. Like raise one up, make one lower, or something. So then that feels nice and specific maybe. There's a variety of things that could be done to modify the design to benefit the silhouette. Boba straws could also double as light sticks. Yeah, if you have an angle in your design where you are interested in idol culture or other things as well, you can find some fun areas for overlap. Perhaps. Oh, but then color palette. I don't have much of an inherent issue with the colors. As far as the choices go, they're not really disharmonious in any way, but there's not much clarity between your socks and your shoes. Your shoes could be the black that you use around your waist instead of being the same black that is used for the socks. I'm gonna click that. There we go. I'll turn this down. It's a little stronger than it needs to be. And you don't really have a clear color hierarchy in the design. Usually we want colors in a design to be proportioned along the lines of 60% one color, 30% another color, 9% one color, 1% a final color. Maybe. Usually that 1% color ends up being the color related to the focal point or clustered around the head. Your design is like maybe like 40% black, 30% orange, 10% brown, and then like 5% each of the colors that are showing up here. That probably didn't add up to 100, but there's not an exponential step between the colors in proportion here, and that would benefit you to include also. So it might be good to have things have more black, so black becomes a more prominent color in the palette. Alternatively, maybe orange is a prominent color in the palette, but I think the proportioning could be just a little bit clearer. Unless I'm saying, you lean into a particular fashion style that is well known for using a broad variety of colors and is well known for being overwhelming, which may relate to your otaku angle. There are particular types of J fashion that do use color palettes that don't follow that color hierarchy rule at all. And if you are fitting within the canon of those fashion styles, we are going to be more willing to accept that type of color palette. So yeah, Decora is an option maybe. I know that even like Jirai K and Visual K and others can be much more colorful and may also be good references to make if you are intending to come across as an otaku or somebody who is an appreciator of Japanese culture. Yeah, some Gyaru styles also included, I agree. Yeah, Harajuku styles, there's a number of them. So my other suggestion to you as far as developing your outfit goes is maybe look into some J fashion. That's your eye, very tight color palette there. But like people say that about Visual K also. Dry K might read differently if they want, since it has a specific connotation. That's fair. I'm just listing off a bunch of them. Dry K is colorful, but mostly half black and half one other color. That's fair. I'm just listing off a variety of styles that could be useful to reference, potentially. You don't have to pick any of them in particular that I'm saying. You could pick a completely different one or one that speaks to you, but it is just worth considering, you know? So, color palette. I think you need to sell me on the color proportioning a little bit more on your color hierarchy. Either lean fully into the fact that you're going to have a variety of hues everywhere, or go the more traditional route and make the black a more prominent part of the palette, or pare down the number of colors you have overall, because that would help your design to be more concise in the way that we are perceiving it. Yeah. So, I think that is the grade that I would give. I didn't do a ton of editing, but that's because I have mostly questions for you about what your intents are. So I do hope I was able to provide some critique that will help to be guiding you in developing this design anyway. Also, if you're looking for opportunities for asymmetry, accessories can be your best friend. Belts and bags and hats and things like that can provide some really natural asymmetry where you don't have to totally make the entire outfit super chaotic. You just add one thing that creates a diagonal or creates something that exists on one side of the body and not the other. And then you profit. Yeah. But I think that is the bulk of what I have here. 1, 2, 3, 4.5 out of 10. I think you have an interesting basis here. A boba-themed VTuber is fun. I love a food-themed VTuber. I happen to be a big fan of food-themed VTubers. There's a lot of creative things you can do with it. I think you gotta push it a little more. Push it a little more. Iterate on it also a little more, maybe. We love a good chunky belt that's not totally attached. Yeah, like a big lopsided belt that's only through like one loop. Those can be fun, I agree. Yeah. But can we get a round of applause for Boba Otaku, please? Thank you for submitting. And also thank you to Edward for donating so that we would look at Boba Otaku's design sooner. Boba Otaku was stuck in the food-themed VTuber folder, and I just had not gotten to critique the design yet because we didn't have enough fellas in that folder. So this was one of the older ones, for sure. But thank you. Thank you for submitting. Good work. Wow. Next. Here's our next one. Let me make a new layer before I start doing anything. Start causing problems. Applause. I can't be bothered to find the emoji. That's fine. That's understandable. We get it. Thank you. So, next fellow we have. This is Valiant Valerie, who also has been stuck in a folder for an incredible amount of time. Valerie has been stuck in the armored folder, which I have wanted to do an armor-themed crit day so bad for so long, but there have actually been so few VTuber designs submitted that are predominantly armored. Please design VTubers that wear armor, I'm begging you, please. Please. I want to see more of them, they're so cool. But we are gonna get to look at Valiant Valerie here, who does have a stained glass axe. Her pronouns are she, her, and she can be found at Valiant Valerie on socials. So her details are that she's a half minotaur, half human. The axe will be a toggle on the model. The stained glass portions are actual magical barriers, or magical piercing in the axe's case, so don't worry, my armor doesn't shatter. I just like roses because of the whole pretty but has thorns thing. Also, the little double V emblem you see on the torso armor will be integrated into a logo at some point. I believe Valerie did get a VTuber model after this that is pretty similar to this design, but it may be a little different, perhaps. Hard to get commissions when you have armor. Hey, it's hard to get commissions when you have mushroom hair also, unfortunately. The coolest designs, unfortunately, do suffer from being hard to find people to draw. Like, it is one of those just like, I don't want to say fallacies, it's not fallacy really, but like, it's one of those things where it's a trade-off. Having a really cool, interesting, inventive design does often make it a little bit more intimidating to artists sometimes. But I really think armor is a doable thing. I think armor is doable. I think you just have to work on your observational skills if you're trying to draw armor. You know? Mari! Gabri, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Normally if you go to fellas who do mecha. Yeah! I think fellas who can draw mecha designs are incredibly powerful, and I would also highly suggest that. Not me just randomly saving images to my elevated basics folder also while I'm working. Focus, e.g. focus. But the first thing that I wanted to note about this is how clever the combo of stained glass and armor feels to me, because we're playing with two elements that are opposites. Armor is well known for being very strong and dense and heavy. Meanwhile, stained glass is bright and colorful and fragile. Both of them are definitely a work of art when they are created, but putting them together is very interesting as a combo, and it does add a lot of color to the armor. It makes the armor very specific. Glass armor is a thing in Skyrim. I bet it is. But the fact that it's magical does help it to make sense that it's not going to actually shatter. But I just thought this was very clever. So you've got like roses as a shape throughout here. We've got sharp hooks in the design that are almost acting like thorns maybe, because that was referenced also. Clever. Clever. Cooler the design, the more hesitant artists are to handle it. Often, yes, unfortunately. Unless you don't go super overboard with details, yes. Technically, bulletproof armor is made of ceramic, and glass is almost that. What? Yeah, I mean, but like by that metric, glass is almost ceramic. Ceramic just itself is not that bulletproof. Ceramics that we normally use are almost plates. So that's what not plates as in like the things you eat on, but plates as in the things you put in bulletproof armor. We're like 3 steps removed at this point. But, oh, let me just do bingo real quick. Hang on. Nope. Yep. Hang on. Yep. Nope. No, okay. I'm not off to a strong start with this. With bingo. Anyways. So, armor. The one thing that I always find myself suggesting for armor designs is exaggeration. You're not a real person. You don't have to worry about how heavy this armor is. So there's not much that's stopping you from creating armor that is maybe not the most functional as far as its scale goes. There are a couple things that I will critique as far as functionality goes in terms of like, oh, this is a sharp thing. If you raise your shoulder, you're gonna stab yourself in the face. You may want to flatten that off. But one of the things that we will often be willing to suspend our disbelief of is scale of armor, because it just makes a character look stronger often. So why not make your pauldrons bigger, or make one bigger to add some asymmetry or something? Make them wider. You'll feel like you are better protected like that. They'll add more to your silhouette also like that too. Let me grab this. Pull it out. Oh no! Wrong layer, e.g. I thought I pasted it. Whoops. Well, if you needed wrong layer, Kronk, you got it, I guess, for for the bingo. The old Fire Emblem strat. Exactly, yeah. Exactly. So, ooh, what is that? Oh, I've got a 3D print armature stuck to my sock. That's cool. So, similarly, you could probably exaggerate something in like the shape of your armor around your torso. If we make your chest plate bigger, then it'll make your waist feel tinier in comparison, which adds good exaggeration and good silhouette elements. Grab this. Because by creating just like a little shelf here, that's something that'll stand out more in the silhouette. And it's not gonna make you feel significantly less sleek, but it does just make you feel a tad bit more detailed. Often designs will feel more fleshed out the more elements they have contributing to their outer silhouette, or that peek out into that outer edge in larger ways. So forcing this to add to that outer edge is great. Similarly, I feel like your hair could just be a little bit shorter so that we can see your armor a little bit more clearly in that area. So like if your hair was just like this long. This is the... You asked your hairdresser to just trim a little bit off the ends and they took an inch off and you're upset about it, but your friend who knows you got your haircut can't tell that anything changed. Haircut. Just a little less. So we can see that edge clearly. Yeah. Definitely see it. The short skirt going long in the back is quite common for gachas. First thought for this is the skirt in the back to be like one of those medieval flags since they're similar in shape. Ah, interesting. I was gonna make suggestions about this front element, which, what is this called? Is this a tabard? What is the... No. Well, I guess it could be part of a tabard, but like this thing that hangs down in the front of a design. I feel like we could make that larger to exaggerate it further to add more of the stained glass elements in. Then you could add a little bit more detail to the stained glass, but then also we're gonna get more overlap in the outfit, which will make it feel more thoroughly designed, you know? Tapestry? No, not tapestry. Is that what it's called? I see this in armor sometimes, but they just have like a long piece of fabric that's hanging down in the front, which maybe it is just a tabard. If I can summon them? Summon who? Me? My eyes? Looked at their Twitter and their model is gorgeous. I know. The model is really cute. It is very cute. But yeah, more exaggeration would be great. Loincloth. No! I don't think that's what they'd call it. It's like the thing that if you think of like Princess Zelda in, I think in Twilight Princess, she has one. Hang on, I'm finding it. Hers is like not attached in a normal manner. Usually it'd be like coming out from under your armor or something. But these thingies, it's almost like, not a pendant, or like a flag, but there's something like that. Oh. Edward, thank you for gifting a sub to Valiant Valerie. That was very kind of you. Can we rotate for Edward, please? That's funny. Gifting people whose designs we're critiquing a sub to see if they notice and appear. Surcoat. Okay, so tabard maybe was correct. Let me see. Surcoat. Oh, maybe. Yeah, I guess it is maybe one of those things. But the exaggeration could be fun. I want to call it a tassel, but not the little stringy things. Nothing else coming to mind. Maybe I did just have the right word for it, and I'm second guessing too much. If it's metal, it could be part of the tassets. Oh, maybe that's why I'm getting confused. Tabard versus tassets. Mayhaps. Lorian Quill, thank you for following. I appreciate it. But exaggerating this could be fun. And also, if this was more flag-like, that could be something relating to battle too, as somebody had suggested. No, we are not summoning demons. No. Think of tapestry when I see those banner skirts. Fair, also. One thing that I would suggest to you that is not the usual Squiiji suggestion is filigree. I imagine your design may have this now, but a lot of stained glass tends to be rather ornate. Sometimes it ends up feeling a little Art Deco-y depending on the era it's from, but it usually sits in a frame. You have it down here, but you may want to frame some of the elements in the upper body, because here it's not reading as stained glass quite as well anymore. The shapes being these zigzags that are not cut through to make them easier to stamp out of a sheet of glass, and the fact that it's very perfectly symmetrical and there's not really like clear imagery in it is making it a little bit harder to realize that that's what it is. So I'm gonna do something here. Hang on. We're gonna do a classic EG's favorite line art layer around a little bit of metal. So then if you just have that like metal trim around it that is the frame that holds those things in, that should help it to read more clearly. And, you know, oftentimes metal that is used in stained glass is treated with what is called, I think, liver of sulfur, right? Where they darken it so that it's not as bright. You could do that as well to add more variety and value. So let me add these in, and then maybe I'll darken them around the border. But that's just like one of those classic stained glass things that occur. Bit of enamel work. Yeah, maybe. Oh, been a YouTube lurker for a while. Happy to finally catch you live. Hi, thank you for stopping by. We're happy to have you. Welcome to the Twitch end of things. Yeah, okay, so those borders, I think, are just a detail that would make sense for it. You could also break these up into panels, because the thing about stained glass is that it's usually flat panels. They don't tend to be rounded. They don't tend to wrap around things all that often. I'm sure we've seen like lamps and stuff that are made of stained glass, but if you're referencing historic stained glass, people were usually doing it flat for the most part. So it was mostly just like a cathedral thing. So you could add like construction pieces that are thicker into it as well. I'm gonna make these darker. And I'm gonna give it a color undertone, because I think your grays are just flat gray right now. And they might be a little bit more visually engaging if they had a cool undertone to them. There we go. It's like that might be interesting. There, yeah, sulfur. Yeah, liver is sulfur. What a beautiful phrase, right? What a wonderful word. Liver. Sulfur. It's just something that oxidizes the lead and or whatever other metals they are using. So I believe it's lead that they were using to connect them, right? Historically, for stained glass? Yeah, usually lead, okay. I don't know much about historic stained glass. Unfortunately, that was not in the area of study I did when I was in art history tracks. But, yeah, so, find interesting ways to reference the stained glass maybe a little bit more to flesh out the details. Make them a little bit more accurate to it, maybe. And maybe your current model has this. I'm just going based on what we can see right now. Even the modern day, apparently it's still lead. No good replacement. Yeah. It's not easy to replace. Lead has a very nice low melting point, but it's not so low that it'll just melt at like room temperatures. Lead's kind of great. Copper enamel or oxidized lead would be cool for the enamel in stained glass work. Oh, that's the other thing. Stained glass, when you are going to be putting the lead on it to attach it, in modernity, we usually use copper tape that is formed around the edges of the individual glass pieces, and then the lead is actually just connecting that. So that's one of the reasons why it's also very fragile. So if you have those like copper edges exposed somewhere, like out here, that might be something that makes sense also. Although I may grab this, what I had been doing before, and put that trim on your axe too. Just so we can tell that this is actually a frame of stained glass. Here. I'm not doing a good job drawing accurate lines. Whoops. Hang on. Maybe there'd be one there and there'd be one here for it to connect. So we can see its construction maybe or something. Yeah. Is that why stained glass tastes so good? I won't answer that. Maybe not a frame at the edge to better imply sharpness. Oh, I guess you could go for that. Maybe not along the slicing edge, sure. So that this is just glass that would be able to damage you. Sure, that makes sense. But just then it's back here for structure. Maybe a little bit more. Yeah. So, having said all of that, I'm kind of critiquing the level of detail and the application of detail right now. The one thing that I think is not as fleshed out as it could be is the legs, the shin guards. What are they called? Greaves? I think these could use to be a little more specific. Look up armor and the way it's constructed to be worn on the legs, because these feel like just like a general interpretation of it. A lot of times your armor will have some sort of element that's on the side of the knee, like this maybe, which then you could shape to reference the thorns or something else. You could have more layering happening around the knees. A lot of the times there is a plate division in here somewhere so that ankles can bend a little bit more freely and things like that. But these just need to be fleshed out a little bit more. They feel a little blank, a little bit under-designed compared to everything else. Just a little modification, maybe. Just a little. Been hoping to catch one of these design review streams. Love watching the VODs of these. They're super helpful. Well, thank thank you. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. I hope you enjoy. Yeah. Like a shoe hoofs shaped, or like the Legos bovine from the knee down. What do you mean? Oh no, I think they do actually have hooves. I don't think these are hoof-shaped shoes. I think these are actual hooves because they are a half minotaur, half human. So they're probably hooves. But there may be some interesting way we could reference maybe like horse armor even? I don't know if there's horse leg guards that are armored, but that could work. Thigh highs make it a little confusing. That is true. I tend to not be a big fan of armor that is impractical in the sense of I'm wearing a skirt and socks under it, but that is definitely a personal thing, and you do not have to subscribe to that. Look up barding. Is that what it's called? What is barding? Barding? I don't know that word. Is that an armor word? Ooh! Ooh! Yeah, because a minotaur I know is more, what? Ox? Or cow? Right? But you're still something that has hooves, and the way that horses are outfitted to go into battle could be a good reference to make too. Oh, good thoughts. Bull, so yeah, ox. Yeah. Ooh. Tassels are fun, maybe. This all feels very ceremonial as opposed to functional for battle, but having things that are fabric and textured like a tapestry may also help to place you in some sort of historic canon as well, which might be neat and fun and interesting. Oh, Edward, thank you for gifting a sub to Puzzle Puka. Thank you. Shroommates, can we rotate for Edward, please? That was very kind of you. We do a little rotation around here. Whee! Seen horse guards. Yeah, oh yeah, look at this. Horse armor for the head. I feel like there could be some amount of this interpreted into the headband, because the headband would be the second thing that I personally think feels a little bit under-designed here, or not as thoroughly considered. Your horns read as being armored right now. They feel like there's something over them. They feel like I'm not seeing actual horn. I'd like to be able to see how that works functionally. Maybe there's like belts that are on here that we can see that are attaching it around this edge, and then there's like a joint that we can see along here, so that way we can tell that, you know, it splits open on some axis. Or maybe we can see that there's like some greater situation happening in here that is connecting it onto the side of the head. Horn cap, seen a lot on tiefling art. That's fair, but I'm yearning for something that may be a reference to a helmet. The other suggestion I was gonna make for this is that you could reference, I don't know what they're called again, but the part of a knight's helmet that tends to come down over their eyes or be able to be pushed back up, the headband to show the two are connected. I think that's what the headband is intending to do right now, but the headband feels like fabric as opposed to armor right now. So we could make the headband feel a little bit more like it's supposed to be armored if it's thicker, if we can see an edge to it, and maybe if it has some sort of detail in it that feels similar. Visor, yes. Also high. Hi! Like a lot of visors will have like the little like vertical lines or horizontal lines or things like that in them. So that way if you had it, pulled down over your face, you'd still be able to see through it between the gaps. And then it'll feel more like this is a piece of armor as opposed to something that is made of fabric. And maybe it can be very ornate and have some texture or imagery on it, but yeah. If those hooves, wait, hang on, I'm missing things. If those are hooves, then thinking about it, there should probably be an extra joint in the shin armor. Oh, that's true. That's sort of what I was saying, is that we probably should have some other division in here, but yeah. Yeah. Look at some horse armor for legs. Also, the way that the search for barding is mostly pulling up Final Fantasy characters and chocobos is very funny to me. Funny thing to suggest for tapestry texture, but the unicorn in captivity tapestry, but a bull is the unicorn instead of the unicorn. Oh, that would be interesting. Counts as fashion research for bingo. We already suggested fashion research on a previous design, so you can have it anyway, but sure. Yes. Chocobos are very fancy. I bet it is. I bet your chocobos are all decked out. But yeah, some elements that make it clear to us how the armor functions are also great things to include. So like some armors would have little like, I don't know if clasps is the word. What is the word I would use for it? They're not buckles, but it's like a little like metal latch system on the side of the torso. On one side because it only opens, like it hinges on one side and opens. Or like maybe this isn't armor, but we can see that this is your underlayers so that we see layering. Things like that might be interesting to add for accuracy to the way that armor physically works. Look at museum armor collections. The Met and Met Cloisters have a lot on their website. That's true. There's a couple other ones that have armor too in the US. What is it? I think the PMA has some. And oh no, what is the one in Chicago? There's one in Chicago that has some too. But yeah, Met Cloisters are probably a great reference as well. But yeah, finding some specific references for the armor I think would still benefit you generally in design. Similarly for the head armor design too. Also, hi Woody. How are you? Totally not promoting museum trips. No, I totally am promoting museum trips. Go visit museums. Tower of London has an online gallery that has good pics of their armor exhibits. Hell yeah, we love that. That's pretty good. But you can also use non-historic armor. You can say, look at Skyrim armor, look at Final Fantasy armor, look at armor in fantasy settings other than those two for references. But find some armor to reference in this, perhaps. And I think that would benefit you. Because then it'd be a little more specific in the shins and in the helmet area. The greaves are kind of fine for me. The pauldrons are kind of fine for me. But these elements could use a little bit of editing, perhaps, to feel like they truly make sense. You know? Let's see. What else do I have? So that was talking concept mostly, and also a little bit of detail. So exaggerate some of your armor. Just a bit. But I think the details are mostly fine. So I'll put you right there. Crazy detailed Ren Fair armor. Yeah, people go real hard with their Ren Fair outfits, but also like the people who perform at the Ren Fair also have some very intriguing armor sometimes too. Finding ceremonial armor versus armor for combat. Oh, that's a good distinction to make too. Yeah. Armor's good at references. Knowing how they function makes it easier to make fantastical elements believable. Yeah, that's also fair. Knowing how the joints are constructed and where not to put sharp things because they dig into you when you try and use your arm or your leg. These are all important things, I agree, yes. Concept and motifs. I think the combination of concept angles here is very clever. Stained glass with armor is very unique. I've never seen that before. Then being a minotaur on top of that, or a half minotaur, all these things add interesting angles to the silhouette. They provide us good opportunities for adding color. It feels very unique and memorable. I feel like there's still ways we could push this a little bit more. Like if you felt like you were from a particular era, there could be things that relate to like the world building a little bit more maybe in this. Like I know you'd said that you have an emblem here that may become a logo. I hope it does. A lot of your historic garb would be slapped with some sort of crest or something that relates to who you are fighting on behalf of, essentially. Similarly, I feel like you would also be real cool with a stained glass shield. So if you need an accessory suggestion, that may be good also. Exaggeration for the hip plates could add more interest in silhouette. That's true also. Could exaggerate those a little bit more too. Hear me out, what about Grecian-inspired or Grecan-inspired designs as borders on the armor for a mythology reference? Yeah, you are referencing the Minotaur already, so pulling in more Greek references may not be a bad idea. Emblems equals medieval sponsors. That's funny, yeah. Can you imagine if you have like a GamerSupps sponsorship, you design like a GamerSupps crest to put somewhere on the armor? I feel like that'd be funny. But for concept motifs, I think you have a really strong foundation here that is very unique, but we can just push it a little bit more. Like Asterius' armor from Hades, potentially, yes, maybe. Minoan references specifically, also yes, perhaps, could be good. Does this count as need to pee pose? I don't think so. I don't think the toes are clearly pointing in. I don't quite know about that. Not this time. Focal point. I do think that the head is somewhat focal, because this teal isn't showing up very much throughout the rest of the design. But the armor, or not the armor, but the stained glass, because it has such a high density of different colors in it throughout the body, ends up being a little distracting. I feel like if you're going to do this forehead element, you may almost need to just give it its own stained glass panel in it that has a couple of colors. We're like, oh, here's whatever this is, and here's those yellows. So that way you're getting that density of color and bright reds with these blues up around the head also. Like, I think that helps some, just a bit. Colors kind of remind me of a rose bush. That is the intention. They are intending to have some elements that reference roses. They have direct rose imagery. You could lean further into the rose references. There's a lot of armor out there that has like really like interesting spikes on it. Mostly for intimidation factor. I'm not sure what their actual function may have been. Maybe it was to catch swords. You know, you try and hit somebody on the side of their body and suddenly their sword's stuck and can't go up or down, essentially. But that could be another fun element to include, to lean further into the rose element. There could be other ways we could reference petals in the physical clothing of the underneath layers, like the skirt could be petaled almost, or maybe the cape in the back is a petal-like trim to it. There's a variety of things that could be done. Thorny armor, yeah. Maybe the horns could be more thorny. You could have like little like hooks on them or something, or like little sharp barbs somewhere that feel dangerous. Add a normal rose in the hair, that could be an option. If we're talking about medieval times that are not Minoan and or Greek, you could wear a crown of thorns because a lot of battles that involved knights were inherently religious in some capacity, and the crown of thorns has implications in that manner. If you are not religious, you don't have to do that, but you can also do that because sometimes it's kind of cool. We can use religion the way that Evangelion uses it sometimes. War of the Roses could be something to look into. Ah, that is also something that might make sense as a reference point here too. War of the Roses. I don't remember that one very clearly. Horn jewelry might work a little to help up there too. Yeah, that's true too. I could agree with that. But yeah, details. We can push them maybe a little bit more to be more specific and to more directly relate to our concepts and motifs. The focal point, the head is almost focal. The stained glass ends up being pretty distracting. It is important to the concept, so I'm not as bothered by it being distracting. If your hair shape was more interesting or specific, that could help your head to be more focal also. Where like, top of your head's very round. If you continued having that sort of anime hair vent shape on the back of your head and had like some like flyaways that break out that edge a little bit more, I think your actual model has much wavier hair. Those things will help because all these little negative space pockets will help to bring our eye to your head more too, because it's increasing detail. A lot of detail here. Not as much detail here. Add more detail here, mayhaps. But I don't think it's too far off from the goalpost. Wow. Maybe a stained glass element in the horns would help with the head too. Would that get too busy? I do feel like we do need something that is stained glass on the head. I was thinking it may make the most sense to be on this forehead element. If it's on the horns, it may be too much, but I guess there probably could be a way to just have like a band on them that is stained glass, like one of them, not all of it. Or like maybe the tips are stained glass. There's some options there that may not be too overwhelming, but yeah, don't make the whole horns stained glass. That could probably be a little too much. For silhouette, armor inherently trends towards interesting silhouettes, but you have to do things that are unique with armor in order to give them recognizable silhouettes against each other. So that's why I was suggesting to exaggerate the pauldrons, add more variety to the edge here, make some of the elements in here maybe bigger, be more specific about the shin area. It's like your axe is so specific in its silhouette. Your axe has a better silhouette than you do. You've got a big negative space cutout here, all these intricate details down here with positive and negative space interplay. You don't have as much of that in your design for you. So that's one of the other things to look out for in the armor is how can we change the shape of it in a way that'll make it more unique and recognizable as you, perhaps. Yeah. Maybe have the tips of the horn armor be translucent colored glass, same color as the red of the roses. Sure, maybe. That's black. That's not the color I selected. Nice try. Although if it's red, it may feel like you've stabbed somebody. But even if it's just like, oh, here's, come on, select the correct color, please. Here's my stained glass that is on the tip of the horns. Bam. That could be interesting. Could break a horn, that's true. Armored designs do often struggle with finding natural asymmetry because armor, just in the way it's manufactured, it's easiest to make it symmetrical, or at least mostly symmetrical. So finding elements that can be naturally asymmetrical is a challenge. If you want to be a very pristine knight who is very prim and proper and clean and regal and royal, keeping your armor in good shape is fine. But if you are somebody who is maybe not that way, you can add like tarnish a little bit along places that like there's contact being made between plates in the armor, and that can add just like a little bit of natural asymmetry. Maybe your hip panels aren't exactly the same. Maybe this is some sort of like triptych of stained glass where they're all images that relate to each other, but they're not all exactly the same image. Then that's natural asymmetry. Similarly, you could do that with the roses where they're not exactly the same. But yeah, I am just weathering maybe a little bit. And you don't have to go super over the top, but weathering can be a good element. Breaking a horn could be interesting. Some armor sets will have the dominant arm more armored than the non-dominant arm just because it's the arm that'll be further forward. Some designs will have the opposite where the dominant arm that's holding the weapon will have less armor, so it's lighter and more nimble, things like that. There's options, but I do think you need some, just a little more natural asymmetry in the design, perhaps. So for silhouette, let me remove my edits and we will just look at the silhouette. Yep, that's my edit still. Those are my edits still. Oh, wait, hang on. I have to do this way. Let's see. Grab all of our negative space regions here. I'm going to ignore the axe because the axe isn't a part of you. Nope. Invert it. Don't expand it. Nice try. There we go. Pretend the axe is not there. The horns are decent for the silhouette. Some of the armor is decent for the silhouette. The tail does add something, but you could be a little more recognizable. Your hair eats a little bit of your torso. It's not giving us a lot of distinction in that area. So silhouette, not bad, but could be stronger. Color palette. I think your color palette is mostly fine. You are abundantly silver, which makes sense for the fact that you are a knight. I think the silver would benefit from having a color undertone because right now it's flat gray. And what I mean by that is just saying, okay, maybe this is like a cool blue undertone in it. Get a color layer, bam. And it doesn't have to be that strong. It can be real subtle. But just that little bit of a tint to it can add a lot to make it feel like it's more visually interesting. It feels more engaging if it just has a little bit of an undertone. And you can use different undertones in different places. Maybe you want more teal in certain parts of the armor, maybe more purple in other parts of the armor, or maybe green undertones or warmer undertones in different places. But that's something that is worthwhile to play around with. It's like I could see something to like this effect working well, because now it's creating a lot more contrast with those little warm pops of color, which is fun. Fencing gear, asymmetry came from coloration. Instead of the tip of the horn, the stained glass is somewhere in one of the mid-sections of the horns. That was another thing that I had suggested, was maybe sticking it in one of these bands. That can be an option, maybe, yeah. Yeah, so that was color. And I'm gonna do a ladder test. Give me like 2 seconds, though. So color palette. Just add a little bit of an undertone to your metal bits, maybe. But do our ladder, and then we'll do a final tally, because I did not decide to count. Bam, bam. 1, 2, whoops, hang on. I can't tell if the... Hang on, we're gonna pretend that you're standing straight up, and I'm gonna draw everything based on its lowest point. I can't tell if this element back here is symmetrical, but I'm gonna guess it probably is. Maybe even just the back of your skirt doesn't have to be completely symmetrical. Maybe this cloth back here is sitting at an angle. Maybe your skirt is 2 tiers and therefore has an overlap to it on one side, and that's adding asymmetry. Still looking for asymmetry. Let's see. Your chin, your ears, the top of your ears, your eyes, which are probably right in the middle of your ears, your headband, the top of your head, the top of your horns. Whoops, don't do that. I actually want to turn that off. And then make a layer so that we can actually see what's going on. There we go. So, there's our ladder. There are a number of very evenly spaced elements, which can happen with armor. So maybe we should also be suggesting that you vary the proportioning of the armor as well. So like, this is about the same size as this is, which is the same size as this is. These 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gaps are all very similar in size. The distance from, I think, your eyes to your top of your head to your horns, all very similar also. So maybe the horns need to be a little bit taller. Maybe some parts of your armor need to be a little bit taller or shorter or thicker or thinner. Add a little more variety to it, perhaps. I think that would benefit you. But I think that's already somewhat reflected in this position here. Love the ladder is throwable. Yeah! You can vote if you would like on whether the ladder is properly dangerous or not. But I think all in all we have here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 10, I think. And then also this fella is on the thumbnail because I just thought the concept was very memorable for me. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10. Thank you for your ladder donations, very kind. Can I get a round of applause for Valiant Valerie, please? Oh, you're already doing it, nice. Yay! Oh, I froze. No clapping allowed. Clapping, too powerful. Not permitted. But thank you, Valerie, for submitting, and also thank you again to Edward for donating so that Valerie's design could be critiqued sooner. We freed Valerie from the long stay in the armored folder that we just hadn't gotten to. Yay, wahoo! Next! Next we have Twice Maud, who is the final fella that Edward had donated for. I think this fella is in... Actually, I don't know what folder this fella was in. They were in one of the folders, though. Might have been the bugs folders? We haven't done a bug or insect critique in a minute, so that might be why. You didn't do the DDDDDs you clapped? Twitch didn't like it. Sorry. Sorry, Twitch. That's my fault. I apologize. I forgot I have to legally make sound effects when I clap or it doesn't qualify. But this is Twice Maud, who uses pronouns he/him and can be found at Twice Maud. I am a hermit crab who has taken symbiotically, who has symbiotically taken over the brain of a human that works as a lighthouse attendant. I wanted to keep the design simple to a nautical/lighthouse aesthetic without going the generic sailor outfit or lighthouse attending coat. The clothing color also was kept more brown/tan to allow the green armband, meant to look like the rubber bands that hold lobster claws shut, and the pink crab head to pop more. Are the clothing's colors too dull? Are the clothes too simple? How would I be able to make the clothes more unique without pulling the focus away from the focal point of the head? Interesting. I have to say, I don't know if I would have realized that you are a hermit crab had you not specified. I saw these things on your head and I thought these were like insect antennas. I may have actually had you sorted in the wrong folder as a result of that. Interesting. So I think the place that would make sense to start would be talking about concept here. You are a hermit crab lighthouse attendant. I can see it a little bit now that you've said it, but I don't know if I would have realized it without being told. Also, for the fact that you are a lighthouse attendant, I'm not sure I would have picked up on that either, but that sort of is the trouble. We do associate lighthouse attendants and people who are involved with nautical elements. We associate them with particular pieces of clothing, and you have specified that you don't want to wear those pieces of clothing. So you're going to make it much harder to be recognizable. There may be other outfits we could reference for a lighthouse attendant, but I feel like if you want to clearly come across like that to a viewer, you do have to work with what the generally accepted aesthetics and or attire is, potentially. The wool jumper and a hat. Yeah, like, I think there may be other elements that might be clearer for this. The other question I have is what era of lighthouse attendant are you? What time period are you working during? Warm wool sweaters protect from the cold sea, having a storm lantern, those things would probably help, yes. But, like, are you a modern lighthouse attendant? I knew somebody who was a modern lighthouse attendant, where she worked in a lighthouse on shifts of certain, I think it was like 4 months on, 4 months off, and they dressed mostly in like warm wool clothing. They wore a lot of like raincoats and stuff like that. So those are elements that could work particularly well if you are a modern lighthouse keeper. For a historic lighthouse keeper, yeah, having some older, scragglier sweaters might work well. Because this reads as like linen to me. It doesn't read as sweater material. Didn't know that was still a job. We still need lighthouses in particular parts of the world. Particularly, I believe the Great Lakes in the US of A still rely on lighthouses. And I think there's lighthouses that are still operational in the northern parts of the US. I can't speak to the world, but I know they're used in Lake Michigan and Lake Erie and Lake Superior. Can't speak to the other lakes. And there's a couple of them that operate in Maine. But yeah, so pick a time period maybe to be referencing. Yeah, 1000% lighthouses are still operational. I'd imagine there's probably a number of them in Canada that are operating. Also, hi, Lalia. Yeah. So, a different shirt may help you. When I'm thinking about those like really big, like scraggly sweaters that are wool and super warm that people wear, I think of them as having those like really big, kind of like slouchy necks on them where it like almost like folds over on your chest a little bit. So like something like that where like, oh, I'm gonna have to like figure out how to detail this in a way that makes sense. Gotta use my lasso tool. There we go, and I'll grab like a darker color to put on the inside in here, and like maybe I'll put a little shadow on there perhaps. A lot of those sweaters end up being a little bit color blocked too. If you want to make it look like your sweater has seen better days because you've been working in the lighthouse for a while, one of my favorite simple solutions to making clothing look worn. Wow, I'm conjugating every word in my sentence wrong. What's happening? One of my favorite things to do to make clothing look worn in a simplified style is adding just these little threads that hang off the edge. It makes the clothing feel more threadbare. Cable knit fisherman sweaters are a good starting point, plus braid details. Yeah, cable knit might be just like a good thing to have in general. But I'm gonna cover these up for now. What is this color I've selected? Where did that come from? Interesting. Wait, hang on. Grab this. And then maybe the sleeve kind of keeps the shape it has, but then you get like your cuff at the bottom that's kind of long and wide. If a hermit crab, would they still have the urge to fit in a shell? That's a good question. So right now we are, hang on. Right now we are trying to figure out the occupational angle here. But we do also need to solve the animal angle. So it seems like you have false hermit crab eyes on your head. I think one of the reasons why they're not as clear as they could be is just because they're shaded in kind of sketchily. If you shaded them in a solid color, we may be able to read them as eyes a little bit easier. But I'm imagining this is probably just because this is a sketch. I think this little notch coming in is meant to be a toony style eye highlight. Don't make them symmetrical. This will help them to read as eyes more clearly because eye highlights are usually not symmetrical. Oh no, your eye highlights and your eyes are symmetrical also! E.g. top 10 pet peeve. The only way you end up with symmetrical eye highlights is if there is something that is... If your eye is flat or if something is too close to your face for it to be... even possible for you to be looking at it, usually. So hang on, we're just gonna do this to make it asymmetrical. Having symmetrical eye highlights can also make you look cross-eyed, maybe. Could a shell-like backpack work for a hat? Or yeah, just something shell-like? Yes. So I see that there's something clever happening with the hair becoming claws, but I don't think they read clearly enough as claws because we can't see between them. So if you could see that there's like a gap between these elements here, this may read more clearly as a claw. And crab claws tend to be like thicker on one side and thinner on the other. So like now that this adds to silhouette, we'll get this a little bit more from a distance maybe. Consteluna, Novelty the Clown, thank you for following, I appreciate it. How does someone ask for their design to be critiqued? You can use the critique form. Yeah. There you go. There is a decently long queue to receive a critique right now, but you are always welcome to toss your name in the hat there. Plasma Menace, thank you for following, I appreciate it. Ooh, let's see. Bigger claw. Hermit crabs only have one big pincher, their other one is small. Ah, that's a good note. Wait, hang on. That may be a good opportunity to get some asymmetry in here then. Let me look at hermit crabs. We got hermit crab knowers here. Hermit crab. Ooh, yeah, they do have one bigger pincher. One much bigger pincher. Maybe you could have an asymmetric hairstyle then, where you could have one big pincher over here. You have a gradient. This could be a little bit hard to replicate, but like one big pincher on this side, which may be even bigger. Like, you'll have to bear with my color choices here. Bam. And then smaller pincher on the other side. And then that natural asymmetry will feel sort of fun in the design, and it may help us to just realize that these are claws on top of your head a little bit faster too. Let me... And then cut out the area inside this one also. Bam, there we go. I have 3 hermit crabs in a 75-gallon tank. Nice! That is honestly one of the things that always scares me about people having hermit crabs as pets, is that so many people buy their crabs at the shore and they get them with those like itty bitty teeny tiny microscopic tanks, and people are like, yeah, they can live in those. No! They need space! Let them roam! I'm glad you're taking good care of them. Played too much Pokemon, all I can think of is Trapinch. You know what is funny? I was also thinking about Paris when trying to draw this, because Paris has big claws and eyes and an interesting shape to it too. Don't know if this would be desired, but like an emo bang with the big pincher would be kind of neat in a design. That's true. That's true. Let me continue exaggerating this just maybe like a little more. And since we're going for a cartoony style, it doesn't have to be super accurately how a claw would be constructed with all of its little like vertebrae, not vertebrae, but like all the little sectioned links. But if we just make the size more accurate to the fact that we have one big one, one small one, that will help. I think that's working. That's making it more apparent to me from a distance. They're super misunderstood and they don't breed easily in captivity, so they're all wild caught. Oh! I rescue crabs from people who buy them from their kids. Well, I'm glad you're out there saving them because they deserve a nice life. I think they go into a similar category as hamsters, where people are just like cruel to them for no reason, and I think they deserve nothing but love and owners who take good care of them and who are going to provide them a good life. They need space. They need enrichment. They need somebody who looks after their needs appropriately. I think there's a lot of animals that are not appropriate pets for children. And I don't think hamsters are a particularly appropriate pet for children most of the time. Not to talk about that, yeah. Bit of an off-the-wall suggestion, but thinking of lighthouse keepers makes me think of that black and white lighthouse movie with Robert Pattinson. Could do the old black and white rubber hose type art style if you're into that. That's true. You could also just go for like a sepia tone overall, where maybe you don't have many very saturated colors. You are just mostly sepia tone kind of everywhere. Maybe your reds get even more muted. Maybe that then makes it feel more like you are grounded within a particular time period. These could be good ideas, yes. I don't know if that's that off the wall, though. That's a good idea. You're thinking about related media, other media that we can bring in. A lot of crab keepers give them hamster wheels because they travel for miles in the wild. They love hamster wheels. Wait, that's so cute. I love that for them. Hamster wheel. Warning, that movie is not safe for work at parts. I imagine it might be, but it's still a good thing to reference maybe for aesthetic elements. Picturing crouching down to look at a rocky tide pool and seeing this little fella looking up at me. Yeah, they might be down there just looking at you. Hello. So I think that's reading more clearly in some ways. My other question would be the pincher constrainer rubber band is something we put on lobsters because lobsters can do some damage with their claws. Hermit crabs, I don't know if we're going to be doing that level of damage. And if we're going to reference hermit crabs, it may be better to be more concise and not reference other sea creatures in the design. Because right now, I think I'd still just read you as a crab. And I don't know that this was coming across very clearly as that rubber band. So I'm going to remove it for now. Maybe we bring something back that's similar at some point, but I don't know if it's working the way you're intending for it to right now. I'm gonna cover it for now. What other things are particular to hermit crabs? Shells. A shell style hat could be a good idea. A shell style backpack could be a good idea. There might be a way you could design your hair that feels like a shell on one side if you want to, but I do think a shell needs to be a part of this equation. Shell backpack for like first aid or something. Yeah, maybe. I was trying to think about like some sort of like neutral colored like shell thing that we can see that's like here on the side of the head. That way it adds to silhouette, because if it is a backpack, we may not be able to see it from the side of the body or from the front of the body very easily. But if it's like an asymmetrical element on the head, that may be a little bit clearer, you know? And then these little bits of hair here on the sides may read as legs, especially if we space them out from the side of the head too. A shell that is a lighthouse. Knit beanie that resembles a shell shape. Maybe. I was putting it down here almost like a Legend of Zelda Link style hat that's being worn off the back of the head, but we could invert it. Whoa, I drew it on the background. Whoops. Hang on. New layer. Just for consideration, yeah, something here maybe that goes like this up onto this side of the head. That way we're counterbalancing the weight of the big claw here with something on this side. Hey, symmetrical balance. Bam. Or, yeah, you could go for something like this on one side of the head, maybe. That is still also a shell. That is a beanie and then serves more than one function. Something like that that's rigged with a spinning glow toggle for mini lighthouse light. Light it for stream events. That would be cute. If the background... Oh, but then we're playing scale in a way that may not make sense. I would just say if the background was like the inside of your shell, which is set up to look like a house, that could be kind of cute and fun, especially if it looks like the inside of a lighthouse. That could work. But yeah, I don't know. Caribbean hermit crabs are purple if we want to borrow from that. Oh, that might be a good idea to make you less crab and more hermit crab, you know? It reminds me more of an isopod than a crustacean. Interesting. Okay. Shell hat would be perfect. Okay. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Big claw tends to be purple. It seems like it was gradating towards purple, but we could push it a little bit cooler, maybe. Can you come up here? And I'm gonna do a little bit of coloring and adding a little bit of gradient. I've done more editing on this design than I did on the other ones we looked at. But that's just because this design is a little more simplified, so it ends up a little bit easier to do that. We could still gradate from red also, because it does seem like some of the references I'm seeing, the segments of the legs higher up the body are more red. So this could be a suggestion of that. Blend this out a little bit. Not saying this is like the perfect purple for it, but a little more purple is a little less crab-like. A YouTube raid? Oh, hi, Vil. Hello. Hi, Vil. This is the Vil preview. We will see more of Vil this week. No pun. Vil just has so much art tax, it's falling out of his pockets. Oh, is it Art Taxi? Hi. Hello. Hey, Stroommates. Can you rotate for the raiders, please, on YouTube? I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. Nice to meet you, Bloomies, if we have not met before. Usually I can be found doing art educational stuff. We're doing VTuber crits today. We're critiquing a fella who is a hermit crab. And also a lighthouse keeper. We're trying to make them a little bit more hermit crabby and a little bit more lighthouse keeper-y. But welcome. Hi. I hear you have art tax. I hope your art stream was fun. I was snooping on one of your Art Taxi streams last week, I think? Was that last Wednesday? It might have been last Wednesday. Might have been the day when I was having my AC worked on. Potentially, but hi, hoot hoot. Let me see. I'll keep an eye in the Discord because Vil often preempts me asking by already sending me the art tax. Fellas, we'll be seeing more of Vil this week. We're doing a collab with Vil on Wednesday morning in the EST for the Shroommates, if you guys are interested. We're gonna be doing some drawing. Vil set the collab up, which was very kind of them, but I think the Shroommates are familiar with Vil for the most part at this time. Vil is another character designer / artist VTuber. But yeah, I'll keep an eye if Vil has sent anything. But Vil may be busy. I will find out, I will see. But Bloomies, if you guys need to do things like eat, or drink, or snork me, please take care of yourself. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are always welcome here to provide your suggestions, to just hang out, whatever you wish. But please prioritize looking after yourselves first and foremost. It'll be my morning productivity stream then, because God knows I need the help. I will say, I'm surprisingly functionally productive in the morning a lot of the time. My focus tends to wane around like 2 p.m. and then comes back at like 8 p.m. I'm like most functional in the morning when other people aren't up and like asking me questions. Lighthouse keychain with a skeleton key on the belt. Oh, you know what? Having the keys for the lighthouse may be a good accessory also. We're talking about having a light, a lamp as being a good accessory too. So like if you have, I don't know what lighthouse style lamps look like, so I'm not going to probably be drawing one that's that accurate. But just like as a thing to consider, why can't I draw? Hang on. Some sort of lamp that has, you know, some sort of like light thing in it. This is a lamp, you have to believe me. I'm just drawing the roughest, loosest idea of one. Having something on your belt that is like, oh, here's my key ring with my skeleton key and like my other keys that I use for taking care of it. That works. Box with a circle. Yeah. Box with a circle. I drew everything as this without the light. There's no lamp in it. It's just the metal. A necklace with a flame to restart the lighthouse if it goes out. Ah, I think that's what the lamp is for, but maybe you could have like a necklace that is kind of lamp-like instead or on top of that. You know, lamps tend to be a little bit like that, and then you put the little base on them, and then you've got your little like glowy bits that are in there or something with flame or fire, and then that repeats the colors that you have here somewhere else. Yeah. Accessorizing is never a bad idea. Yeah, but I do think that adding the keys does help a lot. It's telling me that this is somebody who performs some sort of work in a way that requires them to access a lot of things. That's a very useful character accessory. We could make the beanie a little bit threadbare, like some of the other elements, even though it looks like a claw or a shell, maybe. So in Focus, I sometimes forget to drink coffee for an hour after I've made it. Oh, I will just have a full cup of hot chalky sit for like hours and hours and hours untouched, accidentally. Looks almost flammable. What, the clothing? Well, magic. This is a hermit crab. They're not real. We're not gonna worry about fire hazards here today, maybe. We're not gonna worry about it too much. But yeah. So the things that we did here added some asymmetry to the silhouette, which I think was missing before also. The only asymmetrical element about your design prior to my edits was the rubber band around the arm that was meant to be holding claws shut. I think if you want to bring that back, put it actually on the claw maybe, but I don't think you necessarily have to do that. I don't think we need the green. The green, because it only showed up in that one spot, whoops, goodbye, does become somewhat focal. Red always is decently focal because it is high chroma. It is something that will attract our eye pretty effectively. It is the color that is the most attention grabbing at any saturation, especially when it's in high saturation. But this is just a little distracting. So removing it or changing its color or relocating it to the head would all be good moves, maybe. I should probably start noting things down here because I had not prior. Yep, there we go. solid scribe. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Yeah, wait, hang on. What did we talk about? Cosmic motifs. I think it could be much more apparent that you are both things. Hermit crab and lighthouse keeper. I may actually even move this down. You've done some clever things with your hair, but I think that you will need to reference the iconography of lighthouses and lighthouse keepers just a little more. Maybe having stripes somewhere would benefit you also. Like, not saying to wear like a sailor style shirt, but if you just have like a striped handkerchief somewhere that maybe you're using to wipe the oil off your hands after you do some maintenance in the lighthouse or something. Those like candy cane style stripes or the white and red blocked style of lighthouses could be just a beneficial element to include. Yeah. Oh, art has been taxed. Shroommates, art has been taxed. Hang on, we have art. Let me see, let me find it. Thank you, Bill. Thank you for the intro. Really looking forward to the collab on Wednesday. Me too. I'm looking forward to it. I set up something fun with my Live 2D model so that it can work for my Vignon redeems, which is fun. Oh, crochet. Oh, look at this. Oh my gosh, little guy. Crochet Plumey. Look at him. Shroommates, look at this. Hang on, I accidentally cropped Vil out of the view because I was so excited by Plumey. Look at this little guy. Is he so cute? Got his little gems, getting the plume on top of the head. Good work, Vil. You've picked up crochet really effectively. You're doing great. This is cool. And then we have a second art text also. Owl crossover entry. Link from Breath of the Wild and Forte from Rune Factory 4. Fan art. Oh, atmospheric. Battle at sunset. Maybe surrounded by some flames. Ooh. Oh, cool. Shroom IRS time. Yeah, Vil always pays taxes. Vil's doing great. We don't have to send the Shroom IRS after Vil, don't worry. But Shroommates, can you say thank you to Vil for donating us this beautiful, delicious, delectable art? And also say hi to Vil and say I'll see you later. Also, I'll see you later this week. Say hi preemptively. Thank you, Vil, for dropping your fellas off and for sending us delicious, delectable art tags. If you need to drink tea after stream, go for it. Take care of yourself. Now remembers the main stitches on his own. Oh my gosh, so proud of him. That's great. We love that. How's Vil doing at making magic circles or magic rings, depending on what you call them? I hope that's going well. I imagine that's the basis of this somewhere. Imagine there's probably one like in there somewhere, maybe? Potentially, perhaps. Go work. Thank you, Vil. Oh, we still have horse armor. Let me get rid of the horse armor for now so my CPU can have a little break, maybe. Yay! Learned once, but I haven't used it yet. Oh, did you not? Okay. Interesting. Sometimes I avoid doing magic rings also. Not this time. I use a lot of them when I make amigurumi or like 3D stuff, but they're not the most fun always. So I don't blame you. I really don't blame you. But thank you again for art tax. I appreciate it. Let me see. Where were we with this one? Was I grading? Yes, I was grading. Hang on. So, silhouette. You were completely symmetrical until I had modified some things, and I think we could exaggerate some of the edges a little bit more. Your eye stalks add something recognizable to your silhouette, but if we add keys that stick out off the body, a hat that sticks out off the body, those things will help all the more as well. Good luck. Thank you. I appreciate it. I do kind of need luck sometimes with grits. But yeah, this I think is a more engaging silhouette. You could even make your sweater chunkier, make your boots chunkier, make your pants chunkier, but I feel like the head silhouette, for how simplified you are right now, is strong enough now that you wouldn't have to push too much more. For color, I don't think the green was doing you much of a benefit. Sticking to your warm color undertones, I think is working well. Making the eyes blue, and the only element in the design that is blue and otherwise warm palette works quite well to make them focal once you remove the green element. And the fact that you didn't go for black and white and instead went for white and 2 different browns does add some color interest also. I didn't have any contrast issues either, so I'll give you full points for color even though we removed the green. That was kind of minor. It wasn't a huge modification. Ooh, complexity versus clarity. I think your accessories and the clothing you've chosen could relate more to your concept. So I'll put you maybe here. And focal point, your band was a little distracting, but your head was still mostly focal. So I think that's the grade overall. Shmates, do you have any other further suggestions here for this design? Think about it. I'm going to do math. Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and a half, perhaps. I'll put that down. Final thoughts are forever hold your peace. Or not, you don't have to hold your peace. I'm sure you can find some way to let this fella know what your thoughts are if you have them in the future. Bandana on the arm? Oh, that's what we were talking about, was the bandana! We were talking about finding somewhere to put a bandana that had texture on it that related to the striping and the coloring of lighthouses. I know that painting hermit crab shells is bad for them, so I don't want to suggest putting it on the hat, but yeah, if you had like some sort of bandana tied around your arm or tied on your hip, maybe it goes with your keys or something, and then it has the... Hang on, maybe like that. Oh, putting a red armband on, immediately didn't think that through. Hang on. Different colors. Purple. Don't do that. Purple armband that would maybe have white and or stripes on it in the way that they do, lighthouses do, would work. Sewn in patch on the pants could be cute. That's also true. That could be just like a nice little detail also to show some wear and tear and age. Yeah, I agree. Don't laugh at me. don't laugh at me. I drew it and then was like, what? No, wait, hang on, no. The only thing I'd want to learn to crochet is a cat ball / hacky sack. Better getting the underhook. I believe I was trying to learn a circle stitch, but in a minute, so details are fading. I will tell you, there's easier and harder ways to do magic circles. It's worth looking at a variety of tutorials because the first 2 different ways I tried to learn to do it sucked, and then I learned to do it a third way that made it so much easier for me. There's a variety of ways to do a number of techniques in crochet. There's not like one correct way sometimes. You just have to find the way that works for you. Yeah. But yeah, Shroommates, thank you for all the suggestions here. 6.5 out of 10! Let's see if Twitch will get mad at me as long as I go dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee, round of applause! Thank you, Twice Mod, for submitting your design to be critiqued. And also thank you, Edward, for donating on behalf of Twice Mod so that their design may be critiqued sooner than it may have been otherwise. Thank you. Oh no, it's not liking me. It said, what if we did lag? What if you can't nod with any reasonable speed? Oh, terrible. Evil, even. But, yay! You can always cheat with a 2-chain start instead of a magic circle. That is true. Also, yes. There are what you can cheat. Cheating is possible for magic circles. Sometimes I will make I'll make a single crochet and then I will crochet all of my other ones into it also if I'm being lazy about a magic circle too. Thank you for the tip. I'll do some more digging. Yeah, go for it. Yeah. Next, we have Tase, a design created by Riraku at Rikumushi, everywhere except Twitch because I clowned myself, and also except for YouTube because that's not what your name on YouTube is either. If you needed paragraph character design explanation, it will be found here. There's additional information in chatting too. Additional information. More information than this. More. Chatting too, let's see. All right, let me find it. Oh, clarification, okay. That's fair. Oh, wait, some of the outfit ideas for the previous one might help. Suspenders. 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 For the Lighthouse Keeper, suspenders. Suspenders for sure. Let me see. Chatting to clarifications. Ah, there we go. Oh, okay. I'll read what is in here first, and then I'll read Riraku's clarifications after. So, Tase, who uses pronouns she/they. Spoilers for Riraku's eventual novel/comic, but gonna try not to give away the whole thing. Probably gonna babble too much. That's okay. Tase is another member of the Coven in this 1950s Victorian dark fantasy BL, the second youngest and the most flamboyant. She grew up in Korea around the 1500s as a mixed-race child of a former Kiseng, a slave-class, highly educated entertainer for nobles. She wasn't close to her mother, but always got into trouble dressing up in her mother's fancy work clothing before being chased off to work with the other slave-class boy children. Boy children. Though she wishes she could train to be a Kisang in pretty clothes. Her mom keeps telling Tase she's too stupid to learn. This wasn't being mean, just brutally honest. Tase is not the brightest. Okay, I see. Her mother wasn't particularly good at saving, so Tase spent a lot of time avoiding adult conflict and stinky, dirty boy work, ew, gross, by playing outside of town. There she met her, air quote, pet, who has never left her side. Though this pet has never truly been seen by the rest of the coven, except Holly, who, spoilers, okay. There does seem to always be a golden wolf or coyote or wild dog wherever wherever the coven goes. They think. It always disappears, and they always seem to forget they saw it. Tase joined the coven to get away from the Chomin, save class life, in Korea, so she very much enjoys dressing in fancy clothing, though her taste is a little excessive. It's a little tacky, maybe. She's kind of tacky. Excessively girly, dits of professional levels, and loves to tease people, often going too far in her teasing, making people very uncomfortable. Her ability is to move magical energy, like cleansing and gathering it to give to another, like the broom in a circle brushing away all the negative energies. She can do this even with attacks, though it's incredibly difficult and painful to do. The colors for her branch of magic is yellow, and it's related to the red of attack witches, but is just the passive form. I put her in flag colors to start, because she's always been a pink fan. Looks-wise, she's 25% European, 25% Pacific Islander, and 50% Korean, seemingly getting the golden skin, the very curly honey brown hair, and the honey gold eyes from each one. She's also starting to show signs of the melanin leaching side effects of the Coven's contract. Hair, eyes, and skin slowly lose all pigment. Caddy is particularly dusty. Figures because it's all his fault. Are you just tinting them to be less saturated for that, I wonder? Or are you actually, like, making them not as dark? Would be a question I would ask. Tase is my oldest OC, being a former RP character who has gone through a few pre-egg cracking iterations. Also an ethnicity change when I realized Japan was too isolated to have a mixed race child running around in that time period. Her Kitsune biker BF is now the more malevolent Kumiho, and her former pastel Barbie Gyaru style has to somehow translate into a girl wearing traditional male Korean clothing to imitate European female clothing just to make Caddy mad. But it's boy clothing, so we can't complain. Okay. Pretty flexible to change things. Only things I insist on is the goldness of her looks, though it can lighten or deepen as needed, and the tackiness. Finding ways to girlify as much her outfit as possible. Hairstyle can change, types of garments can change, color scheme can change, except the yellow trim needs to be added somehow. Ah, okay. Interesting. Let me go see the clarification in here. Meant to rewrite but forgot. In case the question comes up, their mother was not selling themselves for money. That is not a part of that profession. It's like girls being raised to be pro opera singers mixed with ballet dancers to perform for royalty and super rich people. It was actually law that they were not to do anything else. With white people may not understand that. But that's the luxurious, beautiful role model that the character looks up to. I see. Oh, Amber, thank you for pinging Ruruku also. Okay, so I'm going to do something here just so that we can keep track of important stuff, which I should have done when we looked at designs with paragraphs before. We're going to highlight important areas in this. So Victorian dark fantasy is important. The fact that she is mixed race and, hang on, where was it saying? She is European, Pacific Islander, and Korean. And that she keeps potentially her skin tone, brown hair, and gold eyes is potentially important. She's tacky, that's important. Girly, ditzy a little bit. Okay. Creating a character of the story of someone's life. Ruruku is writing this character for a comic, so having a fully fleshed out background makes sense here. This is not a VTuber. This is like the one not VTuber we have today. Let me see, was there anything else I missed here that would be important? Did I read anything else that was important? Hang on. A girl wearing traditional male Korean clothing to imitate European female clothing. That is maybe a slightly perplexing sentence, but I think I'm picking up what you're putting down there. I'm not sure I'm seeing it, but I think I'm getting what you're going for. Flexible to change things. We need to keep the goldness and tackiness, which I already got. Okay. And yellow trim. those things stay. Okay. I just had to parse this a little bit so that I can reference back to it. So my cold read of this character's design, I think would have missed a lot of the angles for the character. To me, she looks right now the way she is. She comes across as potentially average white woman who has blonde hair, and her fashion does feel vaguely Victorian in its shapes a little bit, but I wasn't quite realizing that some of the layering in here had other references going on with it. The longer I look, the more I can sort of see it, but I think my first read was just a little bit more confused about what was going on with the layers, and there may be a clearer way to reference it. So, are you referencing 1500s era Korean, like, masculine clothing? Or is there a particular era that's being referenced? I know that this takes place in the 1850s, but is there a particular time period? No! Is there a person named 1500 who is Korean? This isn't helping. Hang on. No. No. Hang on. I have to figure out the right words to use. Does read mixed race to you. Source, I'm also mixed race. That's fair. Are there particular elements that are causing you to read her that way? Because to me, her skin tone is still very bright for the fact that Riku is describing her as having... I mean, she does have a golden undertone to her skin, but she's still very pale. She has blonde hair, which is a recessive trait, which would be a hard thing to have, potentially, unless both of your parents are a carrier for that trait. Although the brown eyes would make sense, although maybe a little bit darker. I feel like we may just need to shift a couple of the colors just a little bit darker that to come across, or otherwise the cultural references in the clothing may just need to be a little bit clearer. Which may be the fact that they're a little bit sketchy right now, that I wasn't reading them as clearly as I could. Is it possible she could have dyed her hair? Maybe? It's specified in here that the curly honey brown hair is from her genetics, I believe, is what we're being told here in this paragraph. And if that's the case, I feel like they may just need to be a little bit darker, because hair isn't completely controlled by one chromosome, I don't believe. And this is one of those discussions that is like rough to have in world building, which is how realistic it is for a character to look the way they look with the parents they have. This is why we got into it with Miraculous and the fact that Marinette has blue eyes, despite, I think, both of her parents having brown eyes. It's not easy. Probably have like a dirty blonde. Yes, or maybe just like a darker honey blonde, or one that maybe has just like a little bit more of an undertone to it. Let me get a multiply layer. I'm just gonna play around with things. We're like, this isn't fully getting into brown, I don't think, but like this may be a more expected color, perhaps? Let me do that just a little bit. Genetics. Genetics are a tough conversation to have in character design often, because in fantasy we do often want to ignore the reality of how those things work. But when you are designing a character who is intentionally going to be, you know, drawing from particular realistic, like, groups of people, it is often a good idea to rely on the genetics still a little bit in how that would work. My friend has blue eyes and ginger hair despite her mom having brown, so I don't know how that works. What that means is usually that even though her mom had brown hair, her mom may have been a carrier for ginger hair, because ginger is recessive. That's actually what that I think has to mean. That means her dad probably has ginger hair, if not being a carrier for the ginger hair trait. Therefore, that is what makes it possible, because ginger is one of the ones where like you can have varying amounts and darknesses of it, but it only shows up if both parents are a carrier for it. Otherwise, it's not quite possible. So, hang on. So, darkening the hair a little bit, I think, is helping, because the hair, the way it was colored before, felt a little bit like bleach to me, maybe. So this doesn't read as brown, at least. It's maybe a little bit more honey in its color. It's still golden. So I think that is helping a little bit. Recessive traits can carry through. Yes, that's true. You can you can have a recessive trait that was passed down to you from a grandparent or great-grandparent that we haven't seen show up in generations up here. That is possible, yes. So yeah, a slightly darker hair color I think will be beneficial, even though the blonder hair color did have a little more contrast with her skin tone. I think for the clothing, what is the word? I can't think of the word now. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. What is, oh, no. I'm only thinking of Chinese words because I've been doing a lot of Chinese fashion research. Oh no. What is the general term given for Korean clothing? My brain is giving me Hanfu and it's not that. The Chinese research I've done recently is not helping me. It's not Hanfu. That's the wrong place entirely. What is the word? Do you guys know the word? I don't know the word right now. Hanbok. Yes, that's the word I wanted. I was like, I know it starts with an H. I need to look at some references for Hanbok. Thank you for saving me. I was losing it. So, Hanbok styles would be good to reference. I imagine there are references to Hanbok happening. I think the pants that are wider in the leg happening under something skirt-like is probably leaning into that. Hang on, I need... Give me men's, because we've specified that this is men's. Hanbok being worn as in a 1950s Victorian style. Pacific Islander making her Melanesian might actually make sense because there are darker skinned people who have naturally blonde hair. Really? I've not heard of that, but that could be interesting. Hang on, let me look that word up particularly. Hang on, let's see. I've never heard of that. Predominant indigenous inhabitants of Melanesia, an area stretching from New Guinea to the Fiji Islands. Huh. Interesting. That might be a good note. Oh yeah, there is seemingly a significant amount of blonde hair. Ha! Hey, Ruruku! Speedrun's cleaning station. Hi, Ruruku! Hey, we may have found a particular Pacific Islander ethnicity that may work well for your combo of traits here that you're trying to include. Genetic mutations, that makes sense. Interesting. In the weeds with her design, she's been around for 20 years. Fair. We'll help you get back out of the weeds. We are suggesting that maybe there is an ethnic group in Melanesia who have blonde hair, but like a slightly darker skin tone that may be beneficial for her because that may help the like mixed race elements come across a little bit more clearly to a viewer. And it seems like hair can be pretty brightly blonde, so maybe just a slightly darker skin tone. Then also that might make the areas where she's turning desaturated more apparent too. Said she's already showing signs of losing pigmentation, so the roots of her hair could be lighter as well. That's true. Could be turning white. I would suggest making sure things transition to just a value of gray as opposed to making them lighter. But, yeah, let's see. Can I modify this on a multiply layer? That might be a little too saturated, but let's see. I'm not gonna go... We can go a little bit darker with it. I'll step it up just, like, a little bit over time. But that might work pretty well. Ruruku, do you have particular influences for the hanbok that was maybe used for the construction of the clothing here? Because I can see there's something going on with the layering that feels like it's suggesting hanbok in the styling, but I wonder if there's a way we could make that clearer also. Let's see, go like this. Because this still has a nice warm undertone to it, which I think works well. That's what I meant. Yeah, I figured that's what you meant, Hoshi. I just wanted to make sure I was clarifying out loud what we were meaning. There we go. That'll have more contrast with her hair color also, in that case. The examples are in the collage. Okay. You know what's so funny? My hand is covering it, so I wasn't even looking at them. Okay. So there are hats that are tied under the neck. Seems to be like an almost like vest style or like sleeveless style top layer that buttons down the center, tied around the waist then, longer sleeves. Okay, I can kind of see it. Okay, yeah, that's where it's tying across the front. Maybe it'll come down to some of the pattern work that's in it? Because I'm looking at this. There's like that like central buttoning style that's happening and the collar style that are very specific. And I feel like the ribbon being there is making the collar style less apparent. Hang on, I'm just gonna do a couple of like miscellaneous things here. Mixing different types of cultural fashions is an interesting idea. It is, and it can also be challenging to do. And these are two fashion styles that I am maybe not the most familiar with, but I'm gonna take a stab at it. Let's see. So I think even if we're going for silhouettes that are more Victorian, just having a collar style that is a little bit more hanbok-like may help. And then you could still have it so that like this is a folded over collar, not a layered collar like this. And then you could still have the ribbon coming out from under it essentially that used to be there. Hang on, let me turn off these. But then it would end up sitting maybe a little bit lower. Oh, but then that might cover the edge here. Tries to dress in an aristocratic style because she wasn't allowed to wear nice stuff as a child. Yeah, we saw that part. Hang on. So she's trying to mimic... Is she mimicking women's fashion from the 1850s or mimicking men's fashion from the 1850s? Because this is men's fashion. The overcoat and stuff. Lots of sheer fabric. I do see the sheer fabric down here. And I'm wondering if that could be somewhere else maybe also. Oh, I see the hat style being a little bit comparable. I feel like the brim of the hat may need to be a little bit bigger to make it feel more directly like a reference. This is all men's fashion because Caddy is not nice. Okay. I don't particularly... Well, if it's trying to reference this fashion, I feel like you could get more overlap from the collar styles, where this collar style stands up and is layered light under dark the same way this one is, where you may want to have... Oh, hang on, I need to look at these at the same time. I feel like I'm doing a puzzle right now. Collars, collars. Long draped pants underneath. My understanding men's fashion and trying to make it more feminine with men's Korean fashion. Yes, that's what's going on here. Like, I feel like this almost needs to be clearly a collar if we're trying to reference men's fashion, so that way we can see that it's like sticking out off the top of the shoulder. And I guess this is probably something that has like long, wide sleeves on it, but the sleeves don't come across as being very wide, so maybe they could be widened and we could see the fact that they're like hanging down a little bit lower to clarify that. Do we say cultural aspects? But not to be seen as disrespectful. I don't think that the way Roku's handling this would be seen as disrespectful, but it is always something to be careful about. I'm just trying to figure out what overlaps we can lean on in this. So like you're doing a lighter shirt underneath to reference the like light dress shirts that are being worn. This becomes the vest almost, but I feel like we may need to bring some of the imagery or patterning that is seen here over here so that way we can understand that that's what it is. That one particular style didn't have a cut across the front of it. This tie is very specific though. Let's see. I'm gonna just like go like this a little bit. What is this material? It feels like it's like bandage-y. Design's nice. I don't think it's disrespectful, just mean mixing those types of designs in general. No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I feel like this texture reads as bandage-y, which may not be helping. So I might hide this texture for now. And if we could find like a subtle texture to overlay instead that maybe feels a little bit more ornate, that might work. Although I guess this might also be ruffles and not that similar kind of texture. This is one where I feel like I'm not properly equipped to make all the suggestions I could, because this is truly a puzzle to try and fit together. I guess these are what's being worn on the ears, perhaps. These look like a hook that's over the top of the ear, and then you've got these, like, tassels. Maybe those could be bigger, so they add more to the silhouette, and they're kind of minimal in their impact right now. Where if we make them a little bit bigger, they'll have a stronger impact, and we'll see them from a distance, and that may also help to put us in the right context a little bit faster, because we don't often see tasseled earrings for European fashion, I don't think. Thought the blue coat was pinstriped. I think that's a popular Western pattern. Oh, pinstriped. I guess it could be pinstriped. If it's pinstriped, that would run vertically along these edges instead of horizontally along them, and they were sort of like overlapping with each other, which maybe this is meant to be like a lighter, more like tulle-like fabric, or just something that's more sheer, and we're just seeing it bunched up and layered over top of itself, but I don't know if that's reading all that clearly. Oh, so there was a ribbon because of a bow tie. Oh, but I don't know if we can fit that with a collar. I feel like this collar is doing a lot of work right now, so we may have to remove the bow tie, or instead just have some other tied element up high in the design. The boots, I think, are kind of fine and make sense. These are definitely just Victorian boots that aren't pulling as much. This is a piece of fashion that is not pulling as much from the hanbok style. Do you find historical designs a bit harder to grade due to trying to find the line between being authentic and still being memorable? Not always. I do fear sometimes I don't grade things fairly because I don't fully understand the references being made in them, but I usually hope that the Shroommates have helped me to not miss those elements. But similarly, I'm just doing my best. This one I feel like I am going to struggle a little bit with grading because I don't have the solutions I would want to give for this. I feel like I'm not floundering a little bit, but this is something where I feel like I can't figure this one out in a half an hour. I would need more time to sit with this and do a lot of research for it to find what ways we could more effectively overlap elements. This is a fantasy world. Leaning away from realism is also okay. That's fair. If you have inspiration, you're welcome to send it, but this may be something where I don't know if I can fully give you the specific modifications to make to the clothing in any way other than just listing what things to attempt to do with the clothing to make that reference clearer, to make the fact that this is a girl wearing traditional male Korean clothing to imitate European female clothing. That's a tough thing to do. I think we need to keep the collar style of the Korean clothing because that is something that'll make it very clear that that is what we're referencing. The tying style here in the chest, I think, works pretty well. The layering that occurs in... Oh, wait, hang on. Imitating European female clothing, but this is a reference of men's clothing. Bloomer costume is a period women's wear style that has some overlap with the silhouette. Oh, interesting. Fantasy clothing almost always seems to be based on some sort of historical clothing. I mean, we only can reference things within our own reality. It's hard to think of things that we don't know exist. Use people's men's clothes to imitate European female clothes. Yes, but all the references were of men's clothes, so I wasn't succeeding at finding what it may be drawing from, but this does seem very similar with the shorter upper level of sleeve, the longer light colored sleeve underneath, top layer over like baggier styled pants. Honestly, wearing the hat would probably just clarify it a lot more than what I'm thinking right now also, because the combination of this hat shape, which is tall and tends to slope in a little bit at the top and has a wide brim, with that collar style may be enough for us to realize what's going on, and that is going to add nice things to the silhouette. Also, we're getting some of the women's fashion inspiration of like pinning flowers and things into the hat. I wonder if those would be useful to have somewhere else in the clothing also? As well, maybe? This is a tough concept though. I'm gonna start just putting a couple things down here though. So you said that the color design is fully available to change. I don't see any particular issue with the color design as it was. Some of the texture I think may have been unnecessary and was getting in the way of our read, but the colors themselves I think are fine. You may want to darken her skin tone just for some of the references you were intending to make with her genealogy, maybe? But otherwise, color's fine. Keeping the red mostly around her face does help to make her face focal, although I would say that the pink here is outcompeting her face just a little bit. I don't want to darken her eye color also, but I feel like I almost need to make her eyes pop properly. But the color choices themselves, I think, as they were mostly fine. Her silhouette, from the fact that her clothing is somewhat transparent, is interesting. You could still exaggerate her sleeves a little bit more in their length to be closer to the way that hanbok style sleeves hang a little bit more. That would help for silhouette. Making her earrings longer would help her silhouette. I'm not sure what the hairstyle is referencing, but there may be a hairstyle that could add more to silhouette. You've given her almost a bullet head. Oops, sorry, I had a hiccup. But if this is intending to reference like a slicked back, like masculine hairstyle from that time period, that might work. If she has a ponytail, it's just not reading as a ponytail from the front right now. I can't quite tell what the hairstyle is from here. But yeah, the silhouette, I'm not too worried about. The hat definitely makes it stronger. The hat makes it fine. Complexity versus clarity. I think the level of detail is fine. I think the flowers could be distributed throughout if we're trying to make it clear that she is aiming for a slightly girly style with this, where like if she is going to be wearing something that has a floral pattern subtly on it, that might help to unite the flowers in the design, or just things like that. Hair is 100% changeable. Also in the weeds with that. I think the hair's a low bun. Oh, I guess it could be a low bun. Interesting. I'd have to look into some 1850s hairstyles, but I would say to pick a hairstyle that adds more to the silhouette than this if possible. This does make her read as very serious, and her expression feels similar, whereas, you know, she teases a lot, she's tacky, she's a little bit ditzy. Those are traits we tend to associate with somebody acting a little bit more pleasant. If she is very clumsy and maybe not always cued in on what's going on, if her hair is not like perfectly proper, that may be a good way of referencing that, where like she just hasn't realized that it's not perfect. Pulled back is tradition. Serious tosses the hairstyle in the garbage. Yeah, we tend to think of like hair that is perfectly pulled back as being very serious. So there may be a hairstyle that has just a little bit more whimsy to it. I just saw on this one like ringlet curls. That will feel like it's a little bit friendlier, a little bit more whimsical, maybe. Top knot. Could go for a top knot, maybe. Messy bangs, maybe. Yeah, the fact that she has no bangs I think is also influencing her feeling more serious. So for the details, whoops. Distribute the flowers probably more. The focal point is not quite the face, it's the stomach a little bit. And I do think that there's more we could do to make all the elements happening here come together. I think we're losing the personality. I think we're losing a little bit of the angle with the clothing, what you're intending to do with it. But otherwise, I think she kind of fits in the era all right. Otherwise, I think she works kind of okay. Perhaps. Do we have other suggestions, maybe, Shroommates? Is there anything else you would like to toss into considerations here, maybe? Let me see, were there other things? Oh, this is another dress style that seems kind of comparable. Not smart enough to contribute to this conversation. Low-key, I'm feeling that way a little bit, where it's not that I'm not smart enough, I definitely have the tools. I would just need to sit with this for a while and do some more research into the 1950s fashion and hanbok at the same time in order to figure this one out. You found two weaknesses of mine, perhaps, that I need to patch over. But, Roku, thank you for your third submission. You had got 3 whole critiques out of the Crits for Charity, which is crazy. Thank you for submitting. I don't remember who sponsored Riraku's submission this time, though. To thank them. Let me see. Can I find just real quickly to thank them? I'll see if I can. But I hope I did give you some ideas to work with here. Some food for thought, maybe. Where is it? Oh, where is the one that Rex shared with me? I can't find it. Is it this one, perhaps? Yes, there we go. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Selma! Selma, thank you for sponsoring Riraku for this critique. It was very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you. Might have been my mass donation. Oh, Dr. Shruti, we did get through all of your mass donations, though. Yours covered Nephra Vale, I'm a Little Bug, Folly Knight, or no, Folly Knight might have been their own. Capri, Jonas Snark, Glowstick Rat, Libula, and Under the Willow. There were a lot of fellas. But thank you, Riraku, for submitting. Thank you. Let me file save as Clip Studio. Oh, I have to do math. Hang on. Wait. Math. I didn't count. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10. Solid foundation. I think we can iterate on it a little further. Perhaps. Wahoo! Round of applause! Oh, yeah, Dr. Shruti did get one of Riraku's perhaps. Oh, yeah. Tyria and Riraku's second submission were covered by Dr. Shruti also. Thank you. Wahoo! There we go. I am well on pace to get through 6 crits today. I'm doing great. I am feeling refreshed. I think I was getting a little bit, not bogged down by the critiques before, but like, I think I'd done so many of them that I was not verbalizing correctly my critiques all the time because I was forgetting what things I had or had not said and some of the days were blending together. So I'm I'm glad to have taken a little bit of a break from it. I'm back today feeling much better. Much better. Randomly remembered the Huntrix and their Norige special knots turned accessories made to ward off evil. Maybe adding Norige with some bright beads and accessories could work. Yeah, accessories may be good. Perhaps. That might be a good addition. True. Accessorizing. Yeah, good suggestion. Love the VTuber character. Did you make your VTuber? I did make me. I designed me and I 3D modeled me. I didn't make this though. This is D, who goes by she/her and can be found at NPC_DMin. Did we do a ladder for the last one? No, we didn't. I really thought I'd get through today doing them for everyone. Whoops. Whoopsie. That's okay. It passed ladder test anyway. I wasn't worrying about it. Man, I really don't think I'm gonna get a bingo today. Or even come close to a bingo today. That sucks. No. But this is D. Comments are, hi, I love your videos. My name is D, and so I thought it'd be funny to be a fallen angel named D-Mun. That's funny. I like that pun. Thank you for smacking me, but I don't know why you've done it. Most of my design choices were from rolling a d20 on a table of different things because I was indecisive. The main points I ended up with were to merge secretary and admiral, while also incorporating a hint of my Korean heritage in the collar and ribbon of the coat. The earrings are an homage to my first Oshi, and the background of the coat is a reference to one of my favorite illustrator's painting styles. Thank you for taking the time to critique my work. I'm constantly working on her and really appreciate any insights you can give. Please, don't feel the need to hold back. Oh, okay, cool. Good old D20 method, yeah. Interesting. Okay, so first, I do think your head is reasonably focal. That is where I'm gonna start. But I think we do need to push back your skirt just a little bit. Turn that off for a second so I can select this. It's like not working. No, why is it grabbing stuff that it shouldn't be? How is this going right now? Preferred editing layer, please. There we go. I'm going to give you a sweeping gradient from the bottom up. There we go. And I'm going to use like a blue undertone color to do it because this big white area down here is a bit distracting because it is so nicely framed by all these darker bluer elements. It's kind of grabbing my attention. Whoops, hang on. Gradient tool. Bam. Nope. Invert that. There we go. Normal, multiply. There we go. So then this will act to force our eye upwards. We're going to look for the higher contrast areas in the design, which are closer to the head. Your hair, being the only purple in the design, does make your head focal. Your horns being the most vibrant gold or yellow in the design also helps make your head pretty focal though. So you're pretty close to getting that one. Let me erase that and put this in here. Bam, pretty close. Trying to learn Korean, e.g. with Korean inspiration back to back. Happens. This is just my hint that maybe I need to transition out of researching Kipao and Hanfu and into Hanbok now. Potentially, which was gonna happen anyway. It's just a matter of time. VTuber's so dang good. Thanks. Or why is it? Because I'm a character designer. That's what I do for a job. And I'm also a 3D modeler. That's my whole career, mostly. Yeah. I read businesswoman from this. I also read businesswoman from this because it seems to be fusing some amount of formal wear with just like elegant shapes as well. So like we do have, what is this called? It's not a mermaid style dress entirely, but the fact that this reads a little bit like the lapels of a shirt while also being, I guess, also Hanbok design works. The Admiral's jacket resting across the shoulders does come across pretty clearly to me also. I think there are some clarity elements that would help this just a little bit. We can't see the overlap in the... I don't want to say Hanbok because I don't actually know if that is what this is, but if you just brighten up this edge where it's tucking under so we can see that, that will help for clarity's sake, and we may also just need to make it even brighter still too. Like I might have to push a highlight all the way like that. Similarly, you could potentially put a trim on that part where it's overlapping, like maybe this blue trim we can see there as well. Feels like a clerical, non-religious definition of the word guildmaster. Yeah. Here to take your soul and she's gonna do it by the book. Please have all your paperwork in order. Fair. For the fact that she's a secretary, I think wearing glasses does make sense. I can't help but feel like there's some elements that could maybe use a little more exaggeration and a little bit more flair as far as exaggeration goes. I'm gonna go like this. Whoops, hang on. And I'm gonna flare this bottom edge just like a little bit more to exaggerate it. And I feel like there would be a little bit more variety in the heights of the fabric here to feel just like a little bit fancier. And then that'll also add to the silhouette in a nice way. Oh, similarly for contrast, you might just need this element here to be a little brighter along its outer edge so we can see it against the blue inside your jacket. So again, we might just need highlights in a couple places. Whoops, that's not bright enough. It needs to be bright enough that I can see it. And then maybe some of these darker strokes hang out in that area so we can see that edge just like a little better. Yeah. Character you'd find it in JRPG. I would say that sounds pretty fitting. The horn shape is very unique, and I'm a big fan of it as a result. I think we could push the hair a little bit further. I think your hair is being worn in a bun style right now, potentially. But there's not a lot of contrast around the back of your head here to make that clear. So I think we could maybe push some of the values here just like a little bit more so we can tell that this is sitting behind your head and not on top of it. Your resolution is a little bit low in this image, and for that I am sorry with my edits. And similarly, if you're going for like that sort of secretary style, some secretaries are super like perfectly, properly, prim, put together, but if you just have like a little bit of hair we can see like sticking out somewhere, that might help the front read that this is a bun. And you don't have to go crazy with it, but then that's a little subtle asymmetry around the head. Horn halo is fun, but since she's a fallen angel, you might want to break it slightly. I mean, it's already broken in the center, but, you know, if you are not subscribing to realism, you could have it be broken off somewhere and then sort of like floating. If you want to add a little more asymmetry to the design. Oh, here's my halo where it snapped. If it didn't snap right down the center, too. Yeah, hang on. We may want a little more contrast in some of the elements in here, too, just because I'm having a hard time seeing where the sleeves are starting and ending, and this ribbon could maybe use a contact shadow. I'm just gonna go like this. In these areas. And we'll turn that down, it doesn't have to be super dark, but just so I can see where that ribbon is placed a little bit better. And maybe there's shadows like under the hair and up around the head a little bit more. On the side of the body, under the... Oh, they're not not capelets, the epaulets, but just like under the cords a little bit. Just to increase the clarity a little. So do you see how it's reading a little bit better from a distance now? Yeah. So I'm gonna put that down in the color area. The colors being mostly monochromatic, blue, but with like a pop of gold, which almost makes this complementary. This is one of those palettes where I'm like, it's complementary with the purple and yellow, but also mostly blue and black. It's got an interesting palette. It's not falling into Wacom because you've got the purple in here, which is good. It's not just black, white, color, and metal. Power to you. Happy to see it. Oh. But just work on your clarity in a couple areas. Some of the black points are just too dark against each other. There's a couple elements that are also just too light. More contrast and shading in a couple places. We make the center more jagged as if it was snapped in the center and shaped upwards. Could do that also if you wanted to, maybe, yeah. I do like the asymmetry in this design a lot. The skirt having this giant asymmetrical moment is lovely. It feels natural and realistic, and it helps her to not feel too stiff. I feel like an admiral and a secretary are two types of professions that are very serious and trend towards having very stable, symmetrical designs, which isn't bad. Symmetry does reinforce stability and order, but this just makes it feel a bit more natural, which I would say helps. Similarly, the hair having a real extreme part, being in front of the shoulder on one side and not the other. These are all just nice little natural touches. So, I am going to do a silhouette test. I'm turning off everything I did, which I might struggle to be able to do here. Let's see. Oh wait, I edited this one. Whoops, do this one. There we go. I know it doesn't really select the horns very nicely because they're glowing. Okay, sorry, get rotated, I guess. I didn't mean to, but it's your fate now. I'm sorry. This is what happens when you're on a Squiiji stream. There's always a risk. There's a non-zero chance that I will absolutely upside down you. And I'm actually kind of not sorry. This is just par for the course. That's just how it goes. That's your Squiiji tax. There we go. Let me fix this because it did a terrible job. There we go, against that background. It also didn't really get your fingers very well. Hang on. Fix that. That should be better. What's your take on the direction of the hair and the dress matching? What do you mean? Direction of the hair and dress matching? Do you mean the fact that there's a longer piece of hair on the side that has the larger black element on it? I don't mind it because it's mimicking the shape of the slit. So it still feels like it's offset in the balance a little bit, you know what I mean? Although this is offsetting this white element, so it could be flipped. It's not bothering me. It's not a large enough element that it's making it feel off-center by any means, or like it's heavy on one side or the other. So I wouldn't worry about it, but if it is something that is being thought about, you could flip it to the other side. I don't think it's that big of a deal, though. Oh, I didn't fix the fingers on that side. Whoops. Or the shoes. So for silhouette, horns, very distinct. Struggle with capes and long jackets is that they do tend to obscure the whole silhouette. So you have to add things to the silhouette with them often. So making the sleeves sit out off the side of the body would be a good idea. So that way we get the negative space underneath them. Adding like actual fantasy style epaulettes might work. Where that way you get sort of like another lip in the design. Let me turn all my layers back on. So like if this thing, instead of being just flush, sat like this off the shoulders, that'll feel both more commanding and more specific for the silhouette a little bit. If we get like this little lip here. You could have tassels. I don't know if you have to have tassels, but like this is helping a little bit. Some of these styles of jackets can have other elements on them where they'll have like, oh, like a little like, what do you call it? Like almost like a strap here that is for holding a backpack or some other element across the shoulder. So that can also be another nice thing to add for silhouette reasons. But I think you just need to do a little bit more with the jacket. Maybe the jacket has some design along the bottom edge of it. So like maybe it's not flat at the bottom. I'm trying to think of what I might do though. Like you could make these come down to like sharper points, like your horns on your head. Maybe they reference the horns on your head by, you know, this back shape here creating a halo, and then your horns sort of jut out straight. Maybe you have like a gold element that just like arcs and drops here. And then that will be more specific for your silhouette also. Just gotta find ways to make the coat add silhouette so it's not taking away from the silhouette, you know? Gives Fallen with that. Yeah. Yeah, hang on. I might need to grab... Oops, hang on. This darker color I had here for these, just so that it makes sense visually to us as we're looking at it. For the way that it's colored in. But repeating the sharper motif of your horns throughout may also command authority also in a way that would make sense for a demon and an admiral and a secretary, because believe you me, secretaries do have a lot of authority. Secretaries do sort of control the daily ins and outs of whatever business they are acting as a secretary for. There's a lot of authority in those positions, surprisingly, despite the fact they do answer to others. So I think that would be good for fleshing it out just a little bit more. I think the earring is fine. Yeah, so just a little more from your silhouette. Your hairs and your horns are doing okay. Give me more. Give me more. The asymmetry is good though. We'll do a ladder test here so I don't forget. Because even though I did give it to you on bingo, I'm gonna try and remember to do it otherwise. Oop, that's huge because I forgot this is a very small canvas. You draw a rung everywhere where there is a noticeable change in silhouette. This is like so vertical I almost can't draw a line for it, but it counts still. Let's see, there's a half shape there. I'd probably mark these things as something also. Got the waist element. That's there. Here's your collar, your neck, bottom piece of your hairs in there, your chin, your eyes. Your glasses are so thin, I don't know if I'd count them towards the ladder. Top of your head, top of your horns. Whoops, that's a little too high. There we go. Turn that off. And now, give me something so I can see it. Bam. Whoop. Okay. Lasso. Bam. Ladder. Not maybe particularly climbable. Clustering around the face. Some broken rungs in the middle of the body. Big gaps, small gaps, variety. Some of the changes I was making to the silhouette with adding detail around the shoulders would add more clustering around the head also, but I don't think this is a bad silhouette by any means at all. I think you're on the right path with it, perhaps. Thank you for your ladder donation. So kind, Shrewmates. Let's see. Yep, I already have silhouette marked down. Complexity versus clarity. I think the level of detail is fine. It seems like the sort of like guiding motif for the details are stars or suns. We've got a diamond shape that is somewhat star-like throughout the design. I would push you to maybe pick something more specific. What were you a demon, not about, that's not the word I want, but like, what were you a demon of when you were a demon? Or what were you an angel of when you were an angel? A lot of angels and demons have particular roles or people that they answer to, and those things have associations with animals and motifs and other things like that. And I'm mostly just saying that because we do see diamonds that are stars very frequently in VTuber designs, and that's not a bad thing inherently, but there may be something you could choose that is more specific to you and your concepts that could better serve you, you know? Like the chains leading to the choker. That is a nice detail. It may need to be a little bit thicker to read clearly from a distance, but it is a nice layer. Does add some movement. Does frame the chest a decent bit also. The chest is definitely a secondary focal point with the way the color is working right now. Maybe it was tertiary before I made the edits. Angels are defined as spirits born for a specific purpose by some. Yeah, what was your purpose as an angel? Maybe you were a secretary, but were you like, is the angel who you answered to associated with animals or symbols or elements of the natural world, things like that? Those could be good things to reference instead of diamonds, or maybe as well as diamonds. Maybe you can have a diamond that is also referencing that animal and or plant and or something else, you know? But I think I'd just like some of those details to be maybe a little more specific to you, but I don't think it's make or break. It's not that bad. And then for concept and motifs, I think I do read the design pretty clearly. I think so. And the only things I was really suggesting to modify were more to do with clarity and to do with, details. I think concept-wise, having a demon who is an admiral secretary is a unique combo. So perhaps I will put it here based on my critique about maybe picking a more unique motif, but I think you're mostly there. Most of the way there. Yeah, conceptual purpose for things. I feel like we went through this one kind of quickly, but I do think that this is a design that is mostly solved and mostly ironed out. So we're just doing a little bit of like final nitpicking and things like that for it, you know? Caught my first stream? Well, hello. Hi, nice to have you here. I hope you're enjoying. Is your VTuber's hair based on a jellyfish or maybe a mushroom? Yeah, I'm an inky cat mushroom. That's why I'm a little bit goopy. But I do often receive a comparison to squids. But I am neither a squid nor a kid, nor a kid, nor a squid, nor a squid, nor a kid, nor a kid, nor a squid. I'm none of those things. Except when I draw myself in Splatoon style. But I think we have a grade here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5. And then I put you in the fridge. You're on the thumbnail. Math again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5 out of 10. I think that sounds right. Right? Right. Right? Right. Hang on. 7.5 out of 10. Good work. Oh, Pebblebump, thanks for following on Twitch also. I appreciate it. Yeah, I have flesh hair. Don't think about it too hard. Round of applause for D, please. I do think that something that may also just be cute as a demon, just like as a final thought, would be, you know, you've got this really long form-fitting skirt / dress. If we could just see your tail. Oops. See your tail and whatever specific shape it is peeking out from under your dress down here. Make it a specific shape. I'm drawing it like the generic like demon tail shape just because I don't have a more specific thought right this second. Like you could make it diamond like your other diamonds or shaped like other things. But that might just be a cute little asymmetrical moment. Sunburst, yeah, something like that. Reference your collar maybe. Reference your horns maybe, where it's shaped like that or something. But a tail may just be a fun thing to add to your design, you know? Just add a little asymmetrical element. Add something else that can move maybe a little bit. But thank you for submitting. I appreciate it. Clothes like their horns, maybe also. Especially maybe like at the ends of it. Design Trips Bingo reminds me of a certain Mr. Jack's film. Is that where you got the idea? No. I got the idea because there were a couple of like VTuber trope bingos that I'd seen on Twitter once upon a time, and I was like, I feel like I can make my own, and I feel like I can add a lot more categories to it. Does Mr. Jack's Films also do bingo for streams? I just think it's a fun little activity, perhaps. Realizing there's so much I left out of the form and I filled it out, rip. Well, if you're here when we critique your design, we can always add those details in. We can talk about it. We do tend to ping fellas who are in the Discord, if we can sometimes, about their design being critiqued, but you're welcome to give more information if you would like. Hang on, I've been distracted. There's something here. Oh, nice. The mods are so nice and kind to me. They always screenshot when people skip the line and then send it to me just to make sure I have completely 100,000 billion% marked down that a design has skipped the line, or that somebody has. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Amber. But I saw that I had a notification in that channel and I was like, ooh, something happened. The something happened was them helping me. Bye, see you, bye. Thanks for bye. Bingo for low effort content. His whole thing is crediting creators and getting rid of freebooters. So he plays a bingo game with low effort reaction channels. Oh, interesting. Huh. Ours is just for funsies because there's repeating tropes in character design that we see often. But here is perhaps our last design of the day. Okay, Edward's skipping the crit queue just because we're mentioning it maybe. Hi, Edward. We can round of applause for Edward maybe. I donate to Puzzle Puka. Oh. Okay, Edward. Edward definitely uses the power of chaos for good, which is real funny. No, God, you don't have to do that. Well, Edward did in fact decide to do it. That was very kind of you, Edward. Let's see. Let me go find it. There, now you'll know when it happens. Well, you having done that, Edward, means it happens now. Join the Discord, I was content to wait. Well, thanks. I appreciate you joining. I mean, if you're not ready for us to critique it, we don't have to do it right this second. But yeah, skipping a line does mean that it is next. That you are going now, apparently. Yeah, we do never know what Edward's going to do, truly. Usually an act for good, but usually an act for chaos also. But hang on, let's see. I might have to refresh the form and see if I have yours in here. Let's see. Woo. Bye, Fee. We may have to wait until later for you. I have a half an hour left. Let's see. P-U-Z-A. Oh, uh-oh. Hang on. What did you submit under? Was it Puka, maybe? P-O-O-K. Yes. There we go. I never know what people's first and last names are as streamers, because sometimes they just have, like, a fun word going on. Your call, I know you've been going for a while. You're good. We will stop at 6 regardless. That'll just bump this person to be another stream. Perhaps. Let's see. Download. Bam. Most people just say Puka. Yeah. But see, that's always the trouble, is that, like, I never know which one to call people because the word that's first is puzzle. So in my brain, I'm like, that's your first name. Never know. Is Nano not ready today? No, Nano said they're not ready today. Nano said they'll be ready probably for next week. Or that they weren't at their computer to submit for today. So Nano next time. Nano next time. Where are my crit model refs? Let me find the skip the line folder. Bam. I should have figured we'd have a couple skip the lines today, because skip the line has been turned off as redeem for the last 3 weeks, I think. Thank you again, Edward. That was very kind of you. Donating your... Actually, today's stream brought to you by Edward, because 3 of the designs we critiqued already were brought to you by Edward's donations, and now this one also. Not donating money, but donating time also. Let me see. Where's my folder? I have to set it up. Where's the letter S? That'd be good to find. There we go. Got it. Most people stumble in pronouncing puzzle, so Puka's easier. Threw my friends for a loop when he realized he was calling me by my species. Oh, interesting. Am I saying it right? Is it said puzzle? I am a teacher, so my first guess at pronouncing names is often wrong. So I'm sorry if I'm goofing it up. If you tell me the correct way of saying it, I will definitely fix that. I'll patch it in. Edward stream. Yeah, this is the Edward stream. Let's see. Let's pick a background color for you. You may be too dark for my usual background color. Let's see. Does this work? Would work better if I put it behind you. Yep, there we go. That's good. And we'll get your details in here, and you can supplement things that you missed. So your name is Puka, and your pronouns are they/them, and you can be found at PUZALPOOKA on platforms, perhaps. This stream brought to you by Edward Sugar Maple and viewers like you. Hey, literally viewers like you, yes. You, the viewers. let's grab this and put it here and move this down a little bit. You can watch behind the scenes as I set this up. And that'll save me time next week, because I have one that I won't have to set up for next week. Cool. There we go. Hang on. Wrap text, and then I'll copy and paste your deets in. Yeah. Did try to watch a bunch of your VTuber design videos on YouTube when I was workshopping this outfit with the artist. We'll see how well I learned. Oh! I hope you enjoyed the videos, but I'm glad I could help you at least asynchronously with designing too. Let's see. There we go. Details. Paste. Nice. Align this so that I don't have a crisis, and then put it right there. And now, let's get the deets. So, the wings are animated. This PNG is a screenshot halfway through the animation. There are folded wings and a no wings toggle also. There's also a toggle to swap the crow's feet for humanoid legs with boots. The overall concept is a fae moonlighting as a circus ringmaster in order to make deals for their own entertainment. This outfit is meant to give the vibe of elaborate costume to cover that this character is wow, that's not a word. Actually a magical human. If you needed to combine the words magical and actual, I've now done it for you. Add that to the dictionary, credit me please. Main thing I've read to include is the symmetry is intentional, meant to look a bit uncanny valley. Ah, okay, I see. That makes sense. You can definitely use symmetry in that manner. Magically a actual non-human, yeah. Man, I wish I had an excuse, but I don't. English is my first and pretty much my only language. So the fact that I goof it up so often is maybe a little embarrassing. I want to look at a circus ringmaster, just because I feel like I don't know what they look like off the top of my head. Let me see. Oh, okay. I think there's a couple things we may want to change about your coloration right now that would make it clearer that that's what you are. As I'm looking at ringmasters, it does appear that there is a very common convention with having a red jacket with black lapels. So that may be a good hint, because you do feel a little bit gestury. You feel a little bit elaborate. It feels a little bit costumey. But I feel like we could push that further. Oh, whoa, there's some cool designs also for lapels. I think the lapels are an opportunity we could expand on. Look at this. It's like rope almost with texture on the inside. This feels very elaborate and costume-like, which I think we could push just a little bit more in the chest, because the lapel collar is a little bit desaturated. Indication that your thoughts or speech are faster than your mouth. Something similar with pencil writing. Man, my brain goes at 8 billion miles an hour, and I still talk at 8 billion miles an hour, but it's still not enough. Never enough. Ever, never enough. But yeah, so I do think that there may be some interesting shapes we can find for your collar that are a little bit more elaborate. You've got these sort of like rose-like elements here, and I wonder if that would work well as a trim for your collar. And then your collar could maybe also just be darker. So I think that would help to clarify that you are, in fact, a ringmaster. So, like, here's, like, your real ornate edge for your collar. I'm just doing something kind of general with it that doesn't necessarily make sense, but just so that it exists. Opportunity for asymmetry in the outfit, too, maybe. Yeah, if you wanted to. This one's not symmetrical. It's got an element that sort of winds up over the shoulder and comes down the other side. Ooh, the detailing on the side of the pants also seems particularly important as well, where they have like the little like scrolling details that are made out of rope. A little bit. That adds to sort of the exaggerated nature of their clothing. I imagine you're trying to minimize how much white you have in the design, but I do think that the choice of what elements are white versus black could be helpful here too. So I'm gonna have to add detail to the pants. Definitely noting, yeah, the sides. Even sometimes it just looks like this style of like ringmaster pants just has like a white line that goes down the side. It feels like ringmaster clothing is very adjacent to band majorettes. So that might be another good area to look into. Their silhouettes tend to be a bit more exaggerated. They seem to have like big, like dark pockets often. It's like dark pocket, maybe a dark collar. Then maybe we have a lighter shirt under it, but then the shirt doesn't have to be white. It can be like a gray maybe. So like maybe it's like this so that it's not fully black. Then we could see a buttoning style on it as well, because I think one of the elements that does make ringmasters feel like they are making an attempt to come across as formal but still costumey is the buttoning style, where they seem to have somewhat large buttons and potentially like a ruched style like blouse that's worn underneath. But being more specific with these details, I think will help you to read a little bit more clearly as a ringmaster. The other thing that I'm unfortunately seeing as like a common accessory, which may also help too, is whips and canes. Whips maybe don't have the greatest of implications, but for the fact that you are sort of inhuman and you are a fae that's moonlighting as a ringmaster, that may lean into some of the nefarious elements if you have a whip that you carry on you. But just like a cane could be a good accessory in general to add to you, perhaps. Shape of a notepad open, hell yeah. Scepter, yes, similar to a cane, perhaps too, yeah. But yeah, more specific with the shirt. Man, there's a lot of very interesting, like, over-the-top pattern work that happens in ringmaster clothing. Is this the same guy? This is the same guy. Whoever this man is, you should look into this particular man. He has some incredible costume work. Bring goosebumps to a ringmaster. I don't know who this man is, but he is like half the results, and he is so stylish. Scepter or cane would make a fantastic toggle, especially if I went with the style of Scepter from like Cirque du Soleil. Yeah, Cirque could be a good inspiration. Oh, super exaggerated collars. Look at this. Hang on, close that. Nope. There we go. Big, giant, tall, exaggerated collars. This feels a little bit evil too, with the way that it's like sharp and forming all these points. The way it's framing the head is a little spider web-like with these gold elements on the inside of it. Puzzle says they have a whip tucked under the jacket. Ah, okay. I couldn't see it. Oh wait, that's the whip. I see it here. I was not understanding what that element was. But for the benefit of your silhouette, whoever this man is may be an incredible reference. Like his hat, do you see how his hat has like modeling to it that feels very regal? It's almost becoming a crown. There's gold trims. There's a variety of materials happening. This adds to his silhouette. There's some fun things happening with the cut of his jacket. I feel like there's a lot of these elements that may be beneficial to bring into your design here. Because this does feel somewhat professional, but it's not quite over the top enough, I don't think, for being a ringmaster. They seem to be very exaggerated to a degree that I think you would benefit from becoming. And there's other like specific shapes that I'm seeing in ringmasters that may also help too. Like there's a lot of coats that hit like a strong angle right here. Whoa, lag. Which I'm not quite sure what this is called, but they have this like real sharp cutoff, and then you can see that there's like a vest or something under it, which then that could be another element that's adding something ornate. I'm just gonna grab your like blue that you have somewhere else. Here's a vest. Whoop, how do their vests work? Oh, they're like this almost. And here I thought I'd overdone it. No. Here's the thing. The level of detail that is appropriate for a design can vary pretty significantly by what the profession you are intending to lean into and what the aesthetics you're intending to lean into are. Ringmasters seem to be very detailed. They seem to lean into a little bit of like, I don't want to say flamboyant design almost, but just like over-the-top costuming with like shiny little tidbits everywhere and flashy bits of gold and high contrast colors and all of those things, because it helps you to see them at a distance. When you're watching a ringmaster, you may be like 30 feet or more away. They may be a tiny little itty bitty speck in that arena. But because they're so flashy and they have so many colors and bright shiny things happening, it makes them very attention grabbing from a distance. Yeah, they're catching the spotlight with the flashy elements. So those are all things that would probably benefit you. If your clothing is very flashy, very attention grabbing, that maybe will help to distract people from the fact that you don't look quite human. Maybe they'll realize that secondarily, you know? That could be harder to draw. Maybe, but if people are going to draw you, they're going to stylize you anyway, and they're going to remove the elements that aren't as necessary. So, like, we could pretend, like, oh, if there's, like, a pared down version of you, someone probably won't draw all of that. They'll probably draw maybe a silver trim on that. But, like, there's ways to chunk it up into a design that is less overwhelming, potentially. You know? It'll be interesting to translate that into Live 2D without making it too busy. There's glowing elements that brighten based on events already, so need to work around those. Ah, do you have an off-duty outfit for easier art? That's fair. Sometimes having a cool outfit is cool, and we want to keep the cool outfit, and then have an outfit that is the artist-friendly version of the outfit also. Not a bad idea. But yeah, more layers might help, a little bit more flamboyant details that are brighter, sparklier, more specific to the shapes used in Ringmaster style clothing would be great. What are you? Folded wings and a wings toggle. You're a fae, but you're kind of like a harpy style fae, I guess. So you've got feathers coming out of your hair, is what I'm seeing. There's a lot going on the wings that I'm not sure is reinforcing my understanding of you that clearly. I'm gonna guess that the branches with the berries on them are probably relating to the fae element. But the colors and little bits of leaves being so saturated feels just like a little out of place to me. A puka based on traditional Irish folklore. Put a Corvid-themed twist on it since crows and ravens are important in Norse and Irish mythology. Those are hawthorn. Ah, I feel like they could maybe use to be desaturated. We could use the reds from your jacket because they still read as red. But they just feel like kind of like unusually friendly in this design right now. And we can make them less friendly. Like use some of your grays for the flowers. If you're going to have a design that is going to be desaturated and mildly uncanny, we probably want to carry that through all of the elements. Same deal with the greens and the leaves. They could probably be pushed back just a little bit as well. But I think that will tonally fit a little bit better. On top of that, I think that there may be something beneficial to come out of clustering these a little bit more specifically. Right now, they have the same density everywhere in the wings. So there's like the same amount of dark lines all throughout. If we can see that the hawthorn is maybe originating from you, where there's just like a lot more of it closer to your body, and maybe it gets a little bit thicker closer to your body too, that might help to draw the eye inward from the wings a little bit. And it'll just add some weight to it that I think will be beneficial, perhaps. Also, Empty June, thank you for following. I appreciate it. But just like a little more of it in here. Oh, my pen lagged for a second. Did you see that? Actually, you can't. The only reason I can tell it's lagging is because I can see my own hand. But there we go. Like clustering it just a little bit more around here will also feel just a little more uncanny, perhaps. I saw somebody name this rule where if you're going to distribute things randomly, you have to make clusters in order for it to read as truly random. And I forget what they called it. They called it like the snail principle or something, like snail pile principle. And that's what I'm drawing from right now. If you just randomly space things out evenly, they don't feel quite as random. They end up forming some sort of pattern eventually. But when you cluster things a little bit, and especially cluster them with weight towards one end, like it's petering out a little bit over here, there's more clusters here, and the clusters are bigger and thicker here, that comes across as more natural. So I think all the vines or the branches through here would benefit from something like that. So I'm just drawing a couple more of them in. And like you can still have them peeking out from behind the feathers. They're getting thinner as they get further away from the feathers. But do you see the difference in the impact? Oh wow, I did change a lot of your outfit all in one layer. But the difference of the impact of the hawthorn around your body. So cool, actually, thanks. I'm glad you're enjoying the ideating happening here. Similarly, you do have all this lettering happening on your wings. And wings can be kind of tricky because in general, the fact that we render every single feather can make them feel visually busy and distracting. They have a much higher level of detail than you do, because we have every single feather detailed, we have text on every single feather as well, and I feel like the text could be pushed back maybe a little bit, and also not used on every single feather. Like, some of the feathers maybe could have the text on them, but maybe not every single one of them, and maybe... Hang on, let me just see if I can figure out a way to cover this. Oh, color. I'm gonna go like this, and then I'm gonna turn the layer off, just to see if I can get, like, a more opaque effect, where maybe they flare up brighter as a result of you expressing particular emotions or something, and they can glow in the dark, maybe, but they're just a little too bold right now, and maybe, like, oh, that character's brighter on this one, and some of these characters are brighter, just, like, at random, but that feels less overwhelming than this does. See what I mean? The runes do also glow on and off. Okay, maybe they should glow on and off in, like, an inconsistent way, where, like, these ones all reach the peak of their brightness at the same time, and then, you know, maybe a couple of different runes become their peak brightness together, but not all of them hit that brightness all together? Do you know what I mean? Am I making sense? Maybe. I'm gonna recommend hyper detailing the wings. Hard on riggers. Ah, interesting. Oh yeah, I guess if they have to rig every single feather, that does become difficult too. There we go. So, like, this is much less overwhelming, and it feels like it's more ingrained into the wings this way also. Do you see the difference from left to right? It's also helping your color palette to be a little bit more blocked out. The blues exist sort of outside around the edge of the character to frame you. The reds are in the center, but we are having pops of the red throughout. I brought the blue of the wing back into the center of the body with the vest so that there's still a reference point for it. There's some unity and harmony coming from it. Yeah. Animation the rigger came up with is insane and wildly realistic. Oh, hell yeah, okay. Nice. But yeah, maybe these elements could be pushed back just a little bit, so they're not as intense. You do have these very interesting pauldrons also. I feel like the pauldrons are making you read less as a ringmaster, because we tend to think of ringmasters as having, like, epaulettes or other elements that are more band major-esque, and these are placing your fashion into something that feels almost like historic and bubonic plague aligned. I get that they're probably trying to add to the Corvid references, but I don't know if they work all that well for me. I feel like if you want to have bird references, it may be good to have them in the imagery of the silver embroidery or something like that instead. And then we could exaggerate the sleeves. If anything, I'd make them smaller. Maybe, but that's such a weird thing for me to say. Usually I'm pushing exaggeration. I just think that their shape right now... Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. Hang on. They're making you feel steampunk, which is the other thing that's taking me away from Ringmaster. Ringmaster and steampunk can coexist, but you have a lot of metal in the design. You're dressed in a manner that is somewhat formal. You're wearing a top hat, and you've got metal elements. Yeah, riveted metal especially feels kind of steampunk. These may work better if they were made out of a different material. Meant to be epaulette-ish, but wasn't sure how to make that translate. Plague Doctor thing is intentional. The line between the fair folk and the human dead is blurry. Ah, okay. If they're meant to be sort of like epaulettes, you may need them to, like, sit across the top of the shoulder a little bit for us to get that reference. And then you may still need to have something that, like, hangs off of them. I would get rid of the riveting, though, because that makes it feel a little bit too steampunk-y. If it's a little bit more of a pristine metal that is then also maybe, like, bedazzled up or made more visually interesting to match some of the patterning in here, that might fit the vibe a little more closely. Yeah, tassels would be good. Let's see, I don't know what I'd do with tassels, but, like, if there's something that makes this feel like it's ornate as opposed to armor, that will help too. Famously with banshees. Ah, feather tassels could work. Ooh, yeah, something feathered might not be a bad idea if you shaped them that way. But we might just need to do something to make these read less steampunk aligned. I think that was what it was also taking me away from the Ringmaster read. Yeah. But here, let me start putting some grades in, because I think we did go over a lot of my concerns that I'd had and a lot of the details I wanted to point out. Oh, finally, there are just some areas that are kind of low clarity, especially from a distance. Let me turn off my edits. So when I zoom out, your hair, your shirt, and your feathers and your hat do merge together a good bit, especially the brim of your hat. The top part of your hat, not so much, but the brim especially, because they are just very similar in value. Let me get a new correction layer just so I can show you that. Saturation off. Do you see how your hat and your hair and the inside of your collar, your undershirt are all the same value? They could be more clearly differentiated if they had different values going on with them. So like the top of your hat is going to catch light. So this dark blue on here would probably want to be, hang on, this blue. Or maybe even a brighter blue, because that's going to catch the light. This underside of the hat here is probably going to be really dark, but your hair is also really dark. So that might make it a little bit hard. You may need to push some of your hair lighter. And like, maybe like this color is a little bit more prevalent in here. Maybe we can see some of your hair highlights a little bit better. And then there's just a much darker shadow in here somewhere. So that way that line of contrast is clearer. That's helping a little bit, but I'm not sure all the way. And then similarly around here, you do have these brighter highlights in your hair. We might just need them on the border of your hair around your neck. Like we're catching some light down here, maybe. So I can tell where your hair is from a distance. Ooh, that adds a lot of depth around your head also. So I'd say that's helping. Similarly down here, you have some areas that get very close in value. You may just need like an edge highlight along your pants in a couple of places so we can see where they are against the back inside of your jacket. Make the brim the same metallic silver as the hat band. Maybe, that would be a bad idea. Because then that'll make it pretty bold. Just continue the silvers throughout. Pink feathers in the hair, maybe? Oh yeah, what if the feathers that are the ones on your head had more of this blue to them also? That might help us to look at your face pretty quickly too. But then that's higher contrast around your head too. So we can see the feathers better from a distance. Yeah. I think these things are working and helping. But let me start placing my grade because I had not done so. Oh, Mari Shizuku, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Color palette. Careful about some of those low clarity areas. Okay, love that because it doesn't take them away from them blending into the hair. Yeah, as long as they gradient, that should be fine. But yeah, color palette, I think it's fine for the most part. Some of the reds were a little bit overwhelming, and I think the blue needs to come to the center of the body. So, put you right there, maybe. For silhouette, whoops, I should just close this one because I don't need it open any longer because we're not critiquing this design today. Remove this man as well, as cool as he is. There we go. Your hat adds something nice to your silhouette. The feathers in the top of your hair add something nice to silhouette. The fact that your wings have these hawthorn branches that add little bits of negative space is great. There's some natural asymmetry in the distribution of the hawthorn, which helps you to not be too perfectly symmetrical. But you are still benefiting from the uncanny symmetry a little bit. Your sleeves are nice and exaggerated. Your shoulder elements add something to silhouette also, which is beneficial. Don't really have too many complaints for silhouette, so I'll put you here. Complexity versus clarity. As crazy as it is to say, and as infrequently as I say it, more. We need more. Costumes are over the top by design a lot of the time. And as a VTuber, you only have to be drawn once for your live 2D model. So if you want to add a bunch of sequins and flashy bits and metallic edges, that's not always a bad thing. When the aesthetic styles you're referencing do that, we will be willing to accept it. So give me a little more. Don't have to go crazy with it, but just give me some more. Give me more specific details that relate to that ringmaster angle with like black collars, pockets, this particular cut of the front of the jackets that seems to be somewhat common, details on the pants so they're not just one flat color. Yeah, there's options. Focal point. Let me remove my edits because I think my edits make it hard to tell what the focal point is. Focal point. My eye is kind of all over the place here. I don't really find one place to rest. I'm like bouncing all through the wings. I look here, I look here. I do look at your face, but I'm kind of just like through here, which is fine. Having some eye motion is good. We should land on your face potentially a little bit more. I think having pushed the wings back a little bit is helping to make your face more focal. Your, what do you call it? Your cravat is competing a lot though, so maybe it just needs to be a little bit darker. I'm gonna put a multiply layer over it. There we go. And we can still make sure that it's a separate undertone from your shirt or other elements around it. But if your face is the brightest thing, there, yeah, now your face is the focus. So I think I'm gonna put you like here. And then we'd already gone over the elements that make you feel more ringmastery. I keep trying to say jestery. You're not a jester. You're a ringmaster. Different type of goofy, silly performer. We've covered those already. I do think that the feet and the wings are very beneficial as inhuman elements, and I think the feet are going to work better for you than boots would, just because they make you more unique. They add more to your silhouette. They make you feel just a little more dangerous, but not overly. Just a little more dangerous. So I think those help more. So yeah, push the ringmaster read a little bit more. Move away from some of the elements that are feeling steampunk-y. Maybe the hat needs to be taller. Also, just as like a silhouette thing. Hats for a ringmaster seem tall. Although I don't know if I can edit everything at the same time successfully. Let's see. There we go. Because ringmaster hats are exaggerated off of like professional menswear hats also. Say the more little things I add to the design, the harder they come to rig. So choose your battles and what's most important. That's fair, but there are also elements when you are rigging a character that you can just kind of let stretch a little bit, or you can let not be the most perfect in detail, and it will be okay, and people will not really notice. I have a lot of those in my model, despite the fact that I am 3D. I have a lot of funny little things happening that I feel like would intimidate riggers until they realize that they don't have to make it as fancy as they maybe feel they need to, you know? Like, I'm just making the hat taller is fitting it in a scene in the overlays, but could potentially exaggerate the shape by widening it towards the top of the hat, a la Mad Hatter. That would not be a bad idea. My solution, with the fact that I have a really tall head, is just to put the top of my head behind things in overlays. So, like, if you look, I'm behind my text bubble. My big onion on top of my head is always trying to hang out in captions and in gameplay and stuff like that, but I just push myself down lower in the frame as a result sometimes. So like instead of being waist up, I will be maybe like bust up, you know? You can just reframe yourself. Yeah, this makes it really clear, thank you. This makes the point I was trying to make super clear. I'm behind it. But yeah, I think I have my grade here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 out of 10. I think there's a couple things that could be done to push your design just a little bit further, but thank you for submitting. That was very kind of you. Can I draw? Hello? Yes, I can. It's possible. Bam! Thank you for submitting. I appreciate it. Can we get a round of applause for Puka, please? Also, a round of applause for Edward for donating what, 2/3 of the critiques we had today? This stream brought to you by Edward Sugar Maple. Thanks. Yay, look at that. Right at 601. I can pay out that prediction immediately. Let's see. How many of you thought I'd get through 6? Oh, almost none of you. What? 13 of you thought I'd fail. Wait, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 of you thought I'd fail. Well, those 9 shroommates who had faith in me. Profit. Profit. Only time I didn't choose 6. Come on, I'm coming off the back of being real productive and real locked in from the charity critiques. It'll take me a couple weeks to fall back off to my usual 5, maybe 6, sometimes 4. But for this week, at least I can manage a 6. Getting 6 done, you know? Lunix, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Did you make your 3D model? I did. I did make my 3D model. I make all of my 3D models. I am my own model parent. I made my own live 2D model also. Doesn't look like this. It's chibi, but I'm just too much of a perfectionist to burden others with myself being a client, you know? I got 1,300. Shroomy redistribution of wealth. Oh, Edward had faith in me. Edward got paid back for the faith. For their donations of spores and cash money. But yeah, thank you. Thank you, shroommates. Honestly, better than I thought I'd do. Thank you. Working on designing a Puka Unbound cryptid horror version. Ooh. Exciting fun. I tend to be a big fan of designs that lean way more like eldritch and horrifying. So I wish you good luck and I hope I get to see it in some capacity when it's done. I'll keep an eye out for it. But let me save this because I realized I have not. Save as Clip Studio. Yup. Perfect. Hydrate. Oh, I will. I will. Oh, I didn't drink anything all stream though. That was bad. Not smart move, EG. My water glass is full. Terribly done, EG. I should be better about taking sippy a beverage more. It's a miracle I don't totally ruin my voice and wear it out sometimes. Despite the fact that I think out of the day, I do talk probably for like most of it straight. That question would be, ow! Any tricks to stand oneself's perfectionism? No, if you find them, let me know. I'm really good at telling others to not be perfectionists, and I'm not really good at not doing it myself. Often I find that time constraints force me to not be as much of a perfectionist, and I really, really, really try and force myself to live by the idea that finished is better than perfect. I will also force myself to stop doing things when I get frustrated, so I don't take the joy out of them, and I think that also helps me combat the perfectionism, you know? Because sometimes it's like, well, is this done? I'm not content with it, but like, finished is better than perfect. Whatever, send it. Go. Heard about the 80% rule, and my god, I needed to hear that. Is that the rule that 20% of your work results in 80% of the outcome, or is that a different 80% rule? Pac-Man Straight's being fed up with trying to be perfect. Yeah. There's things you can do, maybe. You kinda gotta trick yourself to not be a perfectionist. As silly as that may sound. That's the rule I know. Yeah. Just wanting to be done revising my OC. Fair. You can just say, I'm done. That's possible. Because being done with just something at 80%. Ah, 80% is better than chasing the 20%. Interesting. Okay, those are actually good, and you said you didn't have any. Sorry, I doubt my wisdom sometimes. I'm just a little guy. Take everything I say with a grain of salt and or maybe sand, depending on what you say. But yeah, 80% is better than chasing the 20%. I'll work on that one. I'll work on integrating that into who I am as a person. Also, I didn't win bingo. I didn't even get close. Blob silhouette, didn't have that. Fishnets, nope. I probably said bear with me, maybe? Didn't have a dangerous, we did have dangerous ladder, no colored glasses, no tech wear, no one sentence concept explanation, no band-aids, no FTP pose, no off-the-shoulder jackets, no magical girl / boy, no 5 plush motifs, no monochromatic color palette, kind of a complementary color palette, but not really, no crop tops. I didn't notice a lip fang, but there may have been one, and we did kind of have an OSHA-approved ladder, but I was like 2 off in every direction. What does EG steal limbs, by the way? That was something that was occurring way more when I first started doing critiques than it has recently. Because I think when I first started doing critiques, we had a bunch of like dolls and like non-human creatures where I was like swapping their human limbs out for inhuman limbs and maybe also adding damage to them, potentially, a lot, to the point where it was valid to put in the bingo. But I have a new bingo that it's probably going to release. I guess maybe I could do it Thursday or Wednesday, or not Wednesday, next Monday. Days of the week. Days of the week. Nah, days of the week. There's Monday and there's Tuesday. All of that. Yeah, there's gonna be a new bingo version where I've removed some of the things that barely occur anymore, and I've added some things that are occurring more frequently. We're editing the bingo to fit where VTuber design is that year, because the original bingo was made EG year 1. We're approaching the start of EG year 3, so makes sense. Let me eat my pretzel I've been holding also for the last like 40 minutes. If they should have a Yoshi-esque tailor, make them a winged Lamia? Just mosaic them. What do you say? What do you mean? Huh? I don't know if I'm following those notes there. Ooh, I wannos. Or Illus. Thank you for following, I appreciate it. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. I have a teacher debuff. But anyways, I think that about does it for me for today. I think that's about it. Wednesday, we're gonna be playing Drawn Together with Wilhelm Vanderboss and Leah Memoria and Cooney. Last name. Does Cooney have a last name? I don't know if Cooney has a last name. Does Cooney have a last name? Cooney does not have a last name. Cooney, first name Cooney, middle name Art, last name underscore. We're gonna play a drawing game together at 9 a.m. EST, and I'm going to use my live 2D model, and it'll be the second time you've ever seen it, potentially. And then Friday, we'll be playing some Little Nightmares 2. But thank you for joining me. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate everybody for giving their positive and uplifting and supportive critiques to each other, as always, and I appreciate all the streammates who donated their models to be critiqued and also donated for the charity crits, because this kind of was the tail end of it also. So I appreciate you all being brave. It can be a little intimidating having your design scrutinized or critiqued in front of many people, but the streammates are always very kind and supportive and helpful, which makes it a little bit easier, so good work. Oh, did we clap for puzzle? I think we did, right? Did I clap? Maybe I didn't clap. Clap for puzzle, please. I'm begging you. There be square? Yeah, we did? Okay, thank God. I was like, I had a little bit of fear in my heart for a second. But YouTube shuremates, I can't really send you anywhere, unfortunately. Actually, wait, let me try it. I haven't tried it. I've found that apparently you can't raid as easily on YouTube if you don't have a certain number of people watching. There's like a minimum. Let's see, is there anyone who is live right now that I could raid? Yes, I can raid Edda. Edda, who is a horse VTuber who is playing Final Fantasy XIV. Edda's a lovely fella. YouTube, go have fun with Edda, maybe. Go have an amazing time, maybe. Look at this, maybe it'll work. Let's see if it works. I don't think it'll send me with them, but I'll send them at least. Bye, YouTube mates. Thanks for hanging out. Bye. Bam, go on an adventure. Let me know if it works. Say hi to Edda for me if it does. Horse? Yes. Horse. Bam. Let me grab a